Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Sono contento che ci sia un bel gruppo di persone che so che sono insomma amici torinesi, ma anche molti venuti da fuori per un po' raccontare quella che è stata la storia della carriera di Alessandro, che ha vissuto in questa istituzione gran parte della sua vita lavorativa e naturalmente nell'Università di Torino e naturalmente prima ancora nel CNR, mi ricordo quando ancora lavorava al CNR, e quindi diciamo Alessandro è sicuramente parte di questa istituzione e devo dire ci manca molto. Io Alessandro lo conosco, dico due cose perché poi so che ci sono i ricordi nel pomeriggio, però mi faceva piacere dire due cose in apertura. Io Alessandro l'ho conosciuto molto tempo fa, quando abbiamo iniziato a lavorare insieme per il Centro Studi Luca Dagliano e iniziavamo ad occuparci di temi che riguardavano l'eterogeneità delle imprese rispetto al commercio internazionale, gli investimenti esteri, quindi il rapporto tra caratteristiche delle imprese e attività internazionali, quindi era un'analisi microfondata di che cosa succedeva, cosa facevano le imprese nel mondo, e Alessandro naturalmente portava tutta la sua competenza microeconometrica ed anche economista industriale in questo campo, e devo dire abbiamo fatto tanti lavori anche con Riccardo Faini, che ricordiamo che anche lui non è più con noi, e quindi insomma è una lunga storia di attività scientifica che abbiamo portato avanti insieme. E poi, insomma, con Alessandro siamo sempre stati in contatto, e poi io l'ho ritrovato nel 2014 quando eravamo entrambi consiglieri, siamo diventati entrambi consiglieri del Collegio Carlo Alberto. E credo che grazie a lui, vedo il professor Pietro Terna, che allora era il presidente, credo che grazie a lui io sono diventato vicepresidente, perché Pietro Terna voleva fare un'altra persona vicepresidente, ma Alessandro gli ha detto no, devi assolutamente, vero o no Pietro? Confessa questo tuo peccato. Esatto. E allora io divenni vicepresidente, e la ragione per cui oggi io sono presidente, perché non sarei mai diventato presidente, essendo io poi un corpo estraneo rispetto all'Università di Torino, non sarei mai diventato presidente, quindi grazie a lui oggi sono qua. E allora mi ricordo in quei giorni, e ne parlavamo con Pietro prima, era un momento molto difficile nella vita del collegio, perché c'erano stati un po' di problemi di controversie nelle gestioni precedenti, e soprattutto il collegio era un momento in cui non era chiaro se il collegio avrebbe in quel momento potuto continuare la sua missione di diventare sostanzialmente un'istituzione di ricerca alla frontiera, no? E che essenzialmente era un'istituzione che si rapportava a tutti gli enti di ricerca internazionali alla frontiera, e che quindi faceva sostanzialmente ricerca accademica. C'erano molte pressioni perché il collegio fosse più un ente più vicino al territorio, eccetera, cosa che il collegio è e continua a essere ovviamente, ma però insomma c'era un po' di discussione su quale dovesse essere la direzione. E tutto questo si traduceva nel nostro compito, che era di scrivere un piano industriale, no? Scrivere un piano industriale dove, come sempre in queste cose, la cosa fondamentale era come costruire la governance del collegio, no? E allora, arrivavano delle pressioni per cui si diceva: ci siamo rotti le scatole di voi accademici, il collegio deve essere governato da degli amministrativi, e quindi ci vuole un direttore che sia un direttore amministrativo, che ovviamente era una linea completamente diversa da quella che era stata la linea fino allora di un collegio che era essenzialmente governato invece dagli accademici. Allora lavorammo con Alessandro a un grande compromesso, e il compromesso fu che venne fuori una governance che, devo dire, ha funzionato poi benissimo, che era un triumvirato sostanzialmente, in cui c'era un presidente e c'era un direttore scientifico e un direttore amministrativo. E io mi ricordo che fu una cosa molto complicata, perché non era previsto, e possibile che se ci fosse un scientific director, non andava al nostro, diciamo, ai nostri enti supremi, l'idea che ci fosse un scientific director non funzionava. Guardo Dino Gerardi perché lui aveva quel ruolo in quel tempo, quindi alla fine si raggiunse un compromesso che il scientific director si chiamava chief scientist, non si poteva avere, la parola director non si poteva cosa. Però insomma è interessante, e in queste discussioni venivano fuori tutta una serie di discussioni su queste cose, no? Sulle varie proposte, eccetera. E in queste discussioni, ho trovato un po' di mail, veniva fuori proprio il carattere di Alessandro, no? Per cui a un certo punto, cioè, anche tra di noi si negoziava. Come sapete, Alessandro era un caratterino, quindi non è che era ovvio arrivare a delle soluzioni. Allora a un certo punto c'è una proposta, che era una cosa che riguardava finance, fra l'altro, no? C'era una proposta di se finance era diciamo, una disciplina autonoma rispetto a economics o se doveva stare sotto economics. Questa era la discussione. Poi alla fine naturalmente finance ha vinto e ha guadagnato tutta la sua autonomia. Ma la discussione è, dice: no Giorgio, mi hai frainteso, ho scritto che sono aperto, non che sono favorevole. Capito? Quindi questo era un tipico atteggiamento di Alessandro, però l'idea dell'aperto, poi vedi nelle mail c'è sempre questo tema aperto. Allora perché lui diceva sempre aperto? Diceva aperto perché in qualche modo lui, nelle sue interazioni, lui era sempre chiuso, no? Quindi diceva no, c'è una stupidaggine, eccetera, però poi alla fine apriva e si arrivava sempre si trovava una soluzione, per cui lui minacciava sempre una rottura, qualcosa di gravissimo, no? Una cosa, eccetera, però poi alla fine apriva una porticina e poi alla fine si arrivava a una conclusione. Quindi il suo era bello perché era effettivamente sempre confrontational, ma però alla fine ci aiutava a trovare delle soluzioni e si arrivava a dei buoni compromessi che veramente funzionavano. Quindi devo dire che in questo senso ci manca moltissimo, perché il collegio è un ente molto complicato e il suo consiglio e le sue suggestioni sono sempre state molto utili per noi, e quindi però sono contento che oggi possiamo così parlare di lui, di quello che è il suo lavoro, con tante persone che gli sono state vicine, che è anche una dimostrazione del suo valore. Quindi grazie mille a tutti di essere qua, e Andrea, ti lascio la parola per il punto di vista dell'università.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti, sono Andrea Gallic del Dipartimento ESOMAS. Devo dire, forse un po' sottovalutato l'aspetto emozionale della cosa, no? Ieri sera, questa mattina mi sentivo molto tranquillo al riguardo, adesso un po' meno. E vi parlo del Dipartimento. Il Dipartimento ESOMAS è l'evoluzione del Dipartimento in cui Alessandro ha fatto tutta la sua carriera e ha avuto ruoli importanti, è stato direttore del Dipartimento e sappiamo che poi ha avuto anche ruoli importanti in Ateneo. E di sicuro la mia percezione da junior, quando sono entrato, che poi si è consolidata negli anni, l'ho sempre visto, a prescindere dal ruolo di direttore, come uno dei padri nobili del Dipartimento, insieme ad altre persone qui in sala. E Alessandro era una persona che appunto nei consigli di Dipartimento, quando parlava lui, insomma, le cose che dicevano avevano peso, tutti ascoltavano con attenzione e ha messo il Dipartimento, forse i primi passi di mettere il Dipartimento su una traiettoria di apertura, di valorizzazione della ricerca, di internazionalizzazione, una traiettoria su cui siamo ben felici di essere oggi, e penso il merito iniziale vada attribuito ad Alessandro. Quindi forse di sicuro una delle sue legacy più importanti, oggi parleremo della ricerca, ma di sicuro una legacy importante di Alessandro è stata quella di institution builder in Dipartimento, e penso anche, come ha detto Giorgio, al Collegio. Dal punto di vista personale, io ero stato suo studente, quindi soprattutto all'inizio della carriera pativo un po' questa ancora distanza che percepivo studente-docente, ci ho messo un po' a superarla, e anche il carattere di Alessandro a cui ha accennato Giorgio certe volte mi intimoriva un po', quindi quando andavo a cercarlo per parlargli c'era sempre come diciamo noi theorist, una non negligible probability che mi facesse un cazziatone nel suo ufficio, quindi approcciavo la cosa sempre con un certo timore reverenziale. Però è stato molto utile su tante cose, anche aspetti più personali. C'è stato un momento in cui ero un po' bloccato, un po' in crisi su carriera, prospettive, era stato molto, molto caro. E poi, come spesso accade, ci si ricorda magari di frasi così buttate lì, apparentemente poco significative, che però poi tornano in mente. Quindi mi ricordo piacevoli discussioni sulla Sardegna, dove avevamo fatto entrambe vacanze, quindi apprezzavo, insomma, percepivo che apprezzasse molto il posto, le persone e il cibo. E poi una cosa che soprattutto negli ultimi anni ho apprezzato di più, mi ricordo un lunedì, parlavamo del weekend, e lui mi diceva che era stato col figlio a vedere il Gran Premio di Formula 1, e io, essendo ancora qualche anno fa molto budget constraint, subito avevo pensato alle implicazioni economiche della cosa, gli avevo detto, caspita, molto bello, deve essere stato parecchio caro. E lui aveva detto, effettivamente un po', però ci sono cose per cui vale la pena. Non si riferiva al Gran Premio di per sé, ma al fatto di aver fatto qualcosa, di aver costruito dei ricordi con la famiglia, con il figlio. Quindi questo, adesso appunto che sono papà di 2 bambine che stanno crescendo, apprezzo questo, capisco meglio questo approccio. E concludo qua. Ci sarà dopo nel corso della giornata i ricordi di persone che l'hanno conosciuto anche più a lungo, anche meglio di me, e di nuovo ringrazio Alessandro a nome del Dipartimento, e ringrazio anche le colleghe che hanno preso l'iniziativa, organizzato questo workshop, quindi Giovanna Nicodano e Marina Di Giacomo, e a loro va il nostro grazie per aver preso appunto iniziativa e organizzato tutti gli aspetti di questa giornata importante in ricordo di Alessandro. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Luca Fanelli e ho l'onore di rappresentare la Società Italiana di Econometria. Alessandro è stata una persona davvero molto importante per la comunità econometrica italiana. Se l'econometria oggi in Italia come dire, ha degli standard qualitativi molto elevati, è grazie al lavoro di un gruppo di persone, alcune sono presenti in questa sala, e Alessandro è stato una di quelle persone che ha contribuito, come dire, ad alzare l'asticella dal punto di vista quantitativo, della qualità. Alessandro è stato presidente della SIDE nel periodo 2010-2012, ha coordinato una delle nostre grandi conferenze nella sede di Ancona, quindi è stato il Scientific Program Committee, ed è stato anche, come dire, ha insegnato moltissimo rispetto ai corsi tenuti sia dal CIDE, prima della SIDE, e nella SIDE. Io ho conosciuto Alessandro a Bertinoro, quindi in una di queste occasioni, e il motivo per cui, come dire, oggi ho voluto essere qui, oltre appunto a portare la testimonianza della Società Italiana di Econometria sulla grandezza il ruolo che ha svolto Alessandro, insomma, nell'econometria italiana. Io sono qui soprattutto per la persona che ho conosciuto. Era, devo dire, uno dei colleghi. Ovviamente io non ho potuto vivere Alessandro con la quotidianità che probabilmente caratterizza molti di voi, ma ho conosciuto una persona con cui ho trovato veramente una sintonia difficile avevamo una visione, per me sono leggermente più giovane di lui, è stata una sorta di guida, un punto di riferimento, perché eravamo d'accordo quasi su tutto. Ad esempio non nascondo che quando ero in commissione ASN, dove io sono un macroeconometrico, quindi profili diversi, quando dovevo valutare, come dire, dei profili più di tipo micro e decidere è un econometrico, sì, no, spesso quando ero davvero in difficoltà chiamavo Alessandro era super disponibile, scambiavamo 2 parole ed era un sollievo davvero incredibile avere, come dire, la penso come lui. Voglio concludere con una nota veramente molto molto personale, ma sviluppando la mia amicizia con Alessandro ho capito che la musica è stata una cosa molto importante della sua vita, così come della mia. E Alessandro è una delle poche persone, assieme a mio fratello che purtroppo ho perso qualche anno prima, con cui ho potuto parlare di due cose per me importantissime. Allora, oggi va di moda perché c'è un film, no? Si parla della svolta elettrica di Dylan. Io ricordo che con Alessandro eravamo in una conferenza della Società Italiana di Econometria a Salerno e passammo una notte intera a decidere che il miglior Bob Dylan è quello della svolta elettrica e eravamo d'accordo che il miglior album era Blood on Tracks e Desire, diciamo la svolta rock. Ma il secondo punto, se vogliamo ancora più sottile e delicato, era il bassista della premiata Forneria Marconi. Su questo non eravamo del tutto allineati, perché io ho conosciuto, ho visto suonare Patri Zivas, lui diceva che Giorgio Piazza, il bassista precedente, era meglio, e questo è stato l'unico punto di disaccordo nella mia vita con Alessandro, tra le varie cose diciamo, che abbiamo avuto l'onore di discutere con lui. Grazie.
Volevo, al di là di salutare tutti voi, anche ringraziare anche la famiglia di Alessandro e Letizia che sono qua con noi oggi. Elsa, fai sempre, vedi? Sei sempre fonte di disturbo tu. Letizia, grazie alla zia di Alessandro di essere qua con noi oggi, ci fa molto piacere di avervi con noi. E quindi adesso però iniziamo a fare le cose serie, quindi credo che tocchi a Fabio e sei tu, Alessandra, e la chair della sessione. Grazie mille.
Benissimo, iniziamo col professor Schiantarelli. 30 minuti.
30 minuti.
Ti dirò quando ne mancano 5, se va bene.
Perfetto, grazie. Dammi anche 10.
Ok.
I'm very happy that I've been invited to give a paper at this conference in honor of Alessandro Sembenelli. Sembenelli was a cherished co-author and a great friend, and it is a pleasure to be here to talk about him and give some contribution on a recent paper that I've written that has got some connection with the work that I had done with Alessandro. Before getting into the paper that I want to present, I wanted to emphasize a couple of aspects of Alessandro's work. Alessandro was a key player among the then small group of people who were using firm-level data in the form of balance sheet data or survey data to analyze important economic problems. He was building on a legacy which had an important foothold in Turin of Luigi Zanetti, who was one of the first people who went beyond the use of balance sheet data for accounting purposes and used them to analyze economic problems. Much of the initial work of Alessandro did was in the context of CERIS-CNR, and that's where I met him, which was a very innovative institution at the time. And in a way, the work done by CERIS was aptly summarized by a book which I think is still a milestone for those who were looking at microeconometric issue with a new light, the motivazione all'investimento della grande impresa that I, as a student, certainly studied and was part of also of the intellectual background of Alessandro. I think that book was and remains a classic because it was using more sophisticated econometric methods and also economic models to understand important issues connected with investment and productivity and the development of the firm. My first meeting with Alessandro was many years ago at a conference organized at Banca Commerciale Italiana in Milano. I was a young assistant professor and I was fluctuating between Essex and Boston at the time, And I had returned for the conference, and Alessandro introduced himself. I had never met him before, and that when we started working together, and that gave rise to a set of publications which were very important for me, important for Alessandro, and we had a lot of fun in working together. Many, sorry, let me go back. The topics we worked on, it may give you, I want to go through them because it gives you an idea of the breadth of the work that Alessandro was involved in. We studied the nature of labor adjustment cost in a paper also with Fidel Jaramillo when Alessandro came and visited Boston University. I was there at the time. We looked at the firm's differential response to monetary tightening depend upon their size, and this is work done with Laura Rondri and Brian Sack at the time using semi-aggregate data divided by the size of the firm. We analyzed the issue of the form of ownership and their effect on of the firm on financing constraint. And then we have a set of 3 papers that focused on productivity. In the first one, written with Maria Laura Parisi, we looked at the connection between productivity, the introduction of new innovation, and the creation of an absorption of R&D, of innovation, and the role that R&D played in the creation and absorption of innovation, and the consequent effect on productivity. We then looked at the issue of banking deregulation and development, and how the development of the financial system has got a real effect, in particular for their effect on innovation and hence on productivity. And we discovered that the role of banks is very important for the introduction of process innovation and less important for product innovation, for which different kinds of financial intermediaries are probably needed. And that was very interesting, and it ended up being published in the Journal of Financial Economics, which at the time, for the kind of issue we were analyzing, was one of the journals where you wanted to publish. Now, there are other papers that never saw the light of day. Here we have a co-author and presenter later, Luigi Pascali, with whom Alessandro, Luigi, and I tried to work on. It was on the effect of regulation on entry and productivity. I found in my study all the notes on all the derivation, all the papers, all the results that we had obtained. It never saw the light of day because we were all busy, involved in other projects, but it certainly gave rise to the most pleasant evening on the terrazzo at Alessandro's house, where we discussed a lot, we drank a lot, and when we were talking with Letizia, she said, I've got no memory of that evening, but there was a good reason, because the consumption of wine was substantial, and Letizia has forgotten that then we switched to superalcolici, and I got no memory of it, and we had a great time. Then we returned to the Collegio, which was in Moncalieri at the time. We continued working on the paper. It never saw the light of day, but it was a very pleasant experience. Okay. So. In today's talk, I want to connect with the work that I did with Alessandro on productivity, and at that stage we were using firm-level data, and I'm going to talk to you about another aspect of productivity. I'm going to focus and say a few words about the project that has just finished, that involves also Scott Fulford, a co-author of mine, that looks at the productivity dispersion and the evolution of this dispersion across counties in the US since 1870. So productivity of a geographical area fairly narrowly defined, and we ask an important question. for many reasons, economic and political ones. Are US counties still growing together? They were growing together, certainly until 1970, or are they growing apart? And what is the role of structural transformation, first from agriculture to industry and then from industry to services in this process? And what is a useful metric we can use in measuring the geographical dispersion and also the role of structural transformation in interacting with the geographical dispersion of productivity and the coming together or breaking apart of the US. Now, let me tell you right away that the paper uses a particular metric to measure productivity. We use the tile index. Having been at LSE as a student, I do remember many lectures on the measurement of inequality, including tile. And we have decided to focus on the tile index because it has several characteristics which are good, but also it is additively separable. That means that one decomposes overall inequality into a between states and within states inequality. And moreover, by extending a little bit both tile and subsequent contribution by Tony Shorrocks, who hired me at Texas University when I was a young Ph.D. from LSE, you can calculate the role and the contribution of each industrial sector to overall inequality and dispersion of productivity. The key results that I'm going to present still hold if you use a different metric, for instance, the standard deviation or the Gini coefficient, but the decomposability of the tile index is very important to be able to attach a numerical evaluation to productivity and its decomposition into different spatial and sectoral components. Let me make the question that I'm going to address very concrete. How did the northern part of New York State go from relative riches to poverty compared to New York City? How did central and western Massachusetts diverge from Boston? And what has happened in the relationship between Boston and New York on the one hand and Atlanta on the other? And what we'll discover is that Atlanta has become more similar to Boston and New York City, and at the same time, the rural part of Massachusetts or of Georgia over New York State has become more different from the metropolitan centers in a way that I will describe.
Change the slide.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me give you a preview of the results. Okay, preview of the results. Thank you. I didn't realize, I'd forgotten that I was more sophisticated in the building up of the slides. Inequality in dispersion decreases up to 1970. The United States come together, and it decreases because both states become more similar to one another, and the dispersion with the states becomes more limited. But after 1970, there is an increase in the divergence across US counties, and that divergence is within states and not across states. Sectoral transformations from agriculture to industry, from industry to services plays an important role in these developments. I'm going to skip all these beautiful graphs because there is no time. The paper is available online. You can go and look at them. And I want to tell you why I think this issue is very important. too many slides. Okay? Okay, let me go here, okay? I think it's very important, the issue that I'm tackling, because it touches on several areas of research. It touches on issues of growth and development, and in particular, whether there is an increase or decrease in dispersion, there is convergence or divergence. It touches on the role of structural transformation, and it touches on economic geography and the role of city in the developments. And it is important because it underlies the importance of having a broad perspective and long-run perspective over a large period of time. Our contribution, I think, is important because it goes from 1870 to now, and it can chart the development of the US over this long span of time. In order to do that, we must construct new data sets, and in particular, we must reconstruct GDP per capita for counties. It didn't exist. What we knew before was the GDP per capita in industry and perhaps in agriculture, for which we had direct measures. And instead, now we can reconstruct GDP per capita for the entire sectors, including the service sectors, using census data in an inventive way in order to be able to allocate state-level GDP in a sector to the various counties. With this thing in mind, then we can have a big picture of the development of inequality at the geographical level across the US. And what are the most important things that come out? How much time do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Then I'm going to...
15 minutes, sorry.
15 minutes. Then I'm going to sum up for you what I think are the most important results. And this graph perhaps gives one of the most important one. In here, I've got the tile index for nominal GDP and real GDP. And you can see that up to 1970, the indices of inequality, and the same would be true for the standard deviation of the Gini coefficient, reduces, and the United States become a country which is more homogeneous and more equal. But starting in 1970, then the convergence stops, and there is an increase in divergence, which is definitely larger in real terms. In real terms means that I do not deflate GDP per capita by an overall deflator, but I deflate GDP per capita in each sector, but a sector-specific deflator, which I also construct painstakingly. Of this convergence, notice that during the first period, most of the convergence is due to the fact that states become more similar to each other. There is regional convergence in the US, and the role of within-country convergence, which is the darker area, changes, shrinks, but not dramatically. If you look forward from 1970, let me point to this graph, which is clear. You see that there is an increase in dispersion, and the increase in dispersion is because states become a little bit more different, but most importantly, there is an increase in dispersion within states. In simple words, Atlanta and Boston, which represent a large part of Massachusetts and Georgia GDP, become more similar from to one another, but Boston becomes more different from central and western Massachusetts, and Atlanta more different from rural Georgia. And this is very important from an economic point of view, and also probably in the light of the recent result of the election in the United States, is also important from the point of view of political economy and the political development that we have observed in the United States over the recent presidential election. Is this limited to GDP per worker inequality, which is a good measure, particularly in real terms of inequality? No, it also applies to GDP per capita. If you look actually to GDP per capita, actually the opening up, even for nominal GDP, is even greater than GDP per worker inequality, meaning that GDP per person inequality is greater, and is greater because there is an increase in the dispersion of the employment to population ratio. In each country, even though the demographic structure is sort of similar, now a greater percentage of workers, particularly in the poor areas, do not have work. And so this increase in the GDP per worker inequality, 10 minutes, is sort of an important aspect. Another thing that I want to emphasize, and this is another result, that before 1970, there is a negative relationship between inequality and how rich a county is. In particular, more productive states, richer states, were more equal. So that, whereas if you scroll ahead in time, now more richer states are also more unequal. That's sort of rather interesting, and it's connected with the process of structural transformation, as I will tell you in a second. So what have we learned so far? Counties tended to converge from 1870 to 1970, but subsequently they grew apart. There is falling inequality between states that explains most of the fall in nationwide inequality in the period 1870 to 1970. And after 1970, the increase of inequality is mostly due to the increase in within state inequality. Result 3 on GDP per person inequality, I've already stated. And result 4, before 1970, there is a negative relationship between GDP per worker or per person inequality and inequality, a negative relationship. Rich states were the more equal. Now the rich states have become also the most unequal. What is the role of industrial transformation in all this process? Let me point out, let me give you some graphs where I plot how rich a state is and the share of various sectors. In this graph, for instance, you see that the poor states were the ones that had the largest share of agriculture, but that is not the case anymore. If you look at government services tend to be in the more richer state, but now instead government services are provided in the poorer state. So you see here an equalizing role of the government that compensates the fact that instead, for instance, if you look at manufacturing, the richer states are the one with greater percentage of manufacturing, all through time, from up to 2000 up to the 1930. up to the 1970s, and then instead the relationship between wealth of a state and share of wealth of a county and share of GDP in industry, it is ham-shaped. So now manufacturing characterizes medium income states as opposed to high income states. Instead, if you look at services, now you see that tradable services, let me call them high-tech services, that was not the case initially, but now are concentrated in richer states. This points out that the important component, probably, of the divergence of US states is due to the increasing importance of tradable services and their concentration in particular areas of the country. This simply summarizes what I have. Now, can I make the thing even more concrete? Yes, I can, because I can decompose with a few tricks, the tile index into sectoral contribution, i.e. what is the contribution to overall inequality of each sector, so that the total tile is the sum of industry tiles, particularly weighted in a particular fashion. And what do we learn from here? We learn, for instance, that industry, you can see it, manufacturing, was a very large component, up to 50% of overall inequality, up to the 1950s. But basically, it reaches a peak already in the 20s and 30s. In that period, overall inequality is very much due to the inequality explained by the industrial sector. After 1950, instead, the component of inequality displayed by manufacturing tends to decrease, but instead the inequality let me go back. But instead, the inequality explained by tradable services increases. So you see an equalizing role of manufacturing because the inequality explained by it first is very high, but then it decreases substantially, and an increasing polarizing role of services in explaining the inequality. But not all services, but only the services, high-tech tradable services, finance, consulting, real estate, whereas education and health services give a negative contribution to inequality, i.e. basically government services compensate the increase in inequality due to the increase in inequality due to the high-tech services. Okay, so this can be summarized in the following way. Manufacturing contribution to inequality is the largest before 1960, and its decline is the main explanation of the following inequality from 1930 to 1970. Manufacturing declining contribution into inequality is explained by both greater geographical diffusion and falling cross-country productivity inequality. So the industrial sector becomes more evenly spread, and there are no big differences in its productivity across location. As for other sector, agriculture contributes to explaining the increase in real but non-nominal GDP working inequality, and its rise since 1970 in real of its contribution to inequality is mostly due to increase in productivity inequality. Anybody who has traveled to California is impressed by the technological level of agriculture and the sophistication, for instance, in the Central Valleys, and the productivity of those sectors is much greater than the productivity of other agricultural sectors in other parts of the country. Both agriculture and mining contribution to inequality have big swings connected with the changing prices of agricultural products and of primary metals or oil. And finance and professional services contribute to the rise in nominal GDP per worker inequality. But this increase in nominal worker inequality does not reflect necessarily an increase in productivity or merely an increase in productivity. Okay? Now, what are the impediments? Do I have 5 minutes?
No, you have
no. 2 minutes. So what are the impediments? So I'll go very quickly on this section. To convergence. 2 things, the movement of population, of lack of movement of population, and agglomeration economies for particular industry in particular sectors. Here you have got a graph in which I plot the rate of population growth as a function of the level of GDP per worker in each county, and you see that here population growth increases as the country becomes richer. So workers move to counties which are rich. That ceases to be the case in the more recent years, where the relation is essentially flat. So workers are not moving where productivity and GDP per worker is high. Then the question, why don't they? And and then there is a mixture between somebody focuses on the existence of friction, but the main friction is the price of housing. Substantially, there are a set of sectors in the US which attract high-skilled workers. Those high-skilled workers can afford the price of housing, but housing prices go up. Other workers that are not equally skilled cannot move to the new areas of development, the successful metropolitan areas, because the price of housing had go up. Why has the price of housing gone up? For a mixture of reasons. There is an increase in demand in these areas. They are highly productive. Workers want to move there. And on the other hand, there have been increasing restriction on the use of soil and on limits to construction in these states. The combination of these things introducing an endogenous limit to movement in population that stops the counties becoming together. So therefore, if you write a model, you need to put in a housing sector, and the price of housing in that sector is going to determine also what happens to the overall wealth inequality across the US. Given the fact that I'm running out of time,
I'm sure you can take a minute.
I'll take 1 minute. I want to emphasize, I'll take only 1 minute, that there is an increase in, there is another issue that explains the inequality. Whereas the industrial sector was becoming more diffuse, there has been in the concentration in the high-tech sector. And in the areas where it is concentrated, there is an increased divergence in productivity between the metropolitan area, the large metropolitan areas, medium metropolitan areas, and rural areas. In this graph, you see that GDP per worker in the sector, starting from 1970, diverges, so that the high-tech sector in Boston or in New York or in Atlanta is becoming very, very productive and is leaving the productivity of the same sector in the rural area or small metropolitan area far behind. So there is an increased role probably of agglomeration economies that are particularly strong in metropolitan areas and less strong in smaller metropolitan area or in rural areas. So a combination of slowing down of movement in population and the increase of agglomeration economies in these new sectors, but concentrating in the major metropolitan area, explains the divergence of counties in the US in the most recent years. So, and I stop here, but I would like to finish on a note that has got nothing to do with the paper. I'm very happy to be here, but it's becoming a little bit frustrating, the fact that now I meet friends and I give paper at conference in which we celebrate the departure of some of our friends and co-authors. It started with Riccardo Faini, who was a very dear friend of mine, with whom we wrote many papers together, and I know there are people here who know and have met Riccardo and have appreciated his work. He was connected, if I'm correct, also with the work done all'Istituto Italiano here in Turin. And then it was Alberto Alesina's turn. And now Alessandro. It's sort of it tells you that we are aging. Our friends sometimes are aging faster, and that is very sad, but our memory of them and their appreciation for the work together and for the friendship that we had with them remains and is going to be to continue for a long time. I want to finish on a last note. I appreciate very much my personal connection with Turin through Alessandro, but also because it has continued. We poach, and we are happy at Boston College to admit several of the people that the Allievi produces. Alessandro Lavia is one of them, and is towards the end of his PhD, will graduate shortly, and then we got another student from the Collegio, Edoardo Bella, who is very good. They always do very well at Boston College, and we hope to continue to be able to rely on the wonderful students that you produce in order to create new PhD students.
We now have Professor Darin.
So thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm really honored to be here, and let me start pick it up where Fabio left. That's true. Kind of that sometimes we are participating to these celebrations of people who have left us, but I think that something which especially today is true is kind of that we received a lot from many of these people. So kind of it's. In a way, kind of we are in a profession where we are fortunate to be able to meet extremely interesting, stimulating, and enriching people that make our life and hopefully the world better. So in particular, kind of I'm really grateful to Alessandro for what he did with me. Kind of I found a great co-author in him and a great passion. In developing some projects together. That was something that I deeply cherish, and we worked with Giovanna on a paper where we tried, and it's still kind of one of the few papers on trying to understand the role of structural policies for venture capital, and that's remained kind of a reasonable, important contribution to that literature, and I remember all the discussion that we had about the paper. We had also had the character of Alessandro was mentioned. We also had some kind of strong fights about how to proceed and kind of, but it was very passionate. It was kind of something which was kind of extremely exciting and maybe a bit of stressful at the time, but kind of that had a very good effect. And then kind of also with Marina, we developed some papers, and we also try kind of one thing that I liked a lot working with Alessandro was the interest in trying to tackle important questions, kind of not just trivial ones, kind of try to say something meaningful and arrive to rigorous results using very good econometrics and also kind of very good economics, because Alessandro had a great economic intuition, and we often spend time trying to really understand what was going on there, kind of just beyond the results that we were getting. And so that's something that for me was very important and I cherish very much. So thank you for Torino, the department, and the Collegio for nurturing these possibilities. So what I present here, and thank you for the invitation, is in a way something which resonates with the approach of Alessandro, because it's joint work with Marco Testoni, who was at Tilburg and is a strategy person. He's now at University of Miami. And Christopher Larson. And Christopher Larson is an executive. He's a guy who at a certain point wrote me an email and he said, look, I see that you have a professional PhD program, and he's working in pharmaceuticals, and so I want to understand something that we don't understand in the industry. And so I came up with this question, and initially I was a little bit skeptical, because we have this, which is a very small program, but you get all sorts of people applying for that. And so we talked a number of times, and it turned out that he really is he has a scholarly mind. He really wants to understand it. Okay, he's not doing this because he thinks of making a better career. No, he wants to understand it. He is really motivated by that. And so that's another very, very interesting quote that just I happened to find along the way. And so the question that he wanted to understand is, why is it that in-license drug projects turn out to be systematically more successful than internally developed projects? Okay, he says we have this problem because we don't understand why can't we develop very good projects? We have great scientists internally. And so we set out. I mean, a very nice thing working with somebody like him is that he has access to extremely valuable databases, which gave us a way to get great data. And so we set out on this project, and so the motivation is a little bit the fact that clearly we know that the organization of R&D is very important for R&D productivities, and there are two aspects which over the years have been shown by separate literature. One is the fact that setting the boundaries of the firm is very important. So the issue of having internal capital markets versus external market interaction has been studied in many environments, and in particular, there is a seminal work by David Robinson which shows that strategic alliances may be very good because they provide the ability to go out and seek for very good innovations where they are, and by also the alliances in a way balance internal capital markets, because they make it difficult to terminate projects, to engage in winner picking, which is often efficient, because they create there are complex contracts which limit the ability of a company to terminate a project, and that often allows to avoid opportunistic behavior on part of the licensing firm. The other very large literature is that of managerial incentives, and the fact that we know that obviously managers respond to incentives, and an aspect which has which we try to bring together empirically. This is the very first presentation that we do of this paper as well. So any comments are clearly very useful. We are still digesting it. But one thing that we try to do is to address the fact that the first literature assumes that managers behave in the interest of the company, okay? And that may not be true, okay? And we know from all the kind of managerial incentives literature that this is kind of indeed, it is kind of something that we know it can very well be a problem. So whereas kind of the two aspects have been looked at in isolation, we try to put them together. And we do this, I mean, actually the biopharma industry comes across as a very interesting testing ground because of the way that this drug project advancement is structured, which allows us to compare very nicely kind of projects from different firms and across different areas. So in particular, I just wanted to stress, the fact, just remind, probably many of you know this, kind of that there are preclinical trials on animals, and then there are three main phases of clinical trials. Phase 1, which looks at the safety of a drug in a small group of healthy participants and tries to understand what are appropriate dosage ranges. Then there is phase 2, which is kind of the main one, where the drug is tested on a group of patients with a disease to be treated, and where kind of the efficacy is assessed. Does this drug actually work? And so it's called kind of a proof of concept. If you succeed in phase 2, well, you have kind of a good drug to advance, and then phase 3 tests on a large sample of people to demonstrate the benefits and safety of a new drug systematically. And then there is a review phase, which is in each kind of FDA or European medicine agency. Kind of it's very similar, and it just pulls together all the results. So our contribution, as I said, kind of was to first of all, kind of we do one thing that we do is to document in a more systematic way what many studies in the trade literature have shown, kind of this difference in success of in license and internal projects. And we are able to control for many sources of heterogeneity across the projects because we have this extremely granular data. And but more substantively, we try to look at what are the mechanisms that drive this. Okay, so we build on kind of two mechanisms which have been pointed out generically in the literature. One is selection, the fact that kind of companies which have more skills in science can use their absorptive capacity to screen better the outside projects. The second is the mechanism pointed out by David Robinson of contractual inflexibility, which reduces the possibility of opportunistic behavior on part of the licensing companies. And then we bring in this issue of agency problems. And so we look at how is a internal motivation of managers. And okay, oh, maybe I should do this. Okay, yes, okay, too much. So this is kind of just to give you kind of a very simple way to get this. It is kind of the percentage of companies which use incentive pay for managers engaged in R&D projects. Because this is something which has been growing constantly since the beginning of the century. Okay, especially in this period, it has slowed down a little bit, but it's still increasing. Okay, so it's becoming more common to give incentive pay to managers in charge of these drug projects. And here, kind of, there are some quotes. Let me just focus on this one, which says kind of, which shows that they are clearly aware of this within the company. This is kind of from an executive of Bristol Myers Squibb. It's not unusual for an R&D staff to progress candidate assets or drug projects, even when continuation may, for strategic reasons, be unwarranted. The progression-seeking tendency is a rational response to the organizational context. Rewards such as pay rises, job security, and prestige are associated with progression, but it clearly is misaligned with the company's overall goal. So that's something that they are aware, but they still are doing it systematically, and actually increasingly so. Okay. So well, let me skip the data. Here, let me just, so this is our data set by phase. So we have drug projects which are in different phases. Some of them at some point go away. So indeed, kind of the total number of projects tends to go down because some are unsuccessful. And if we look at the overall success rate, it's about 8.7%. And this is clearly more than double for in-licensed projects than internal projects. So there is kind of a very strong difference, and clearly this is kind of a process which is extremely demanding and weeds out the vast majority, more than 90% of the projects. Okay. So we use a very simple in the Bayes regression. We use a very simple linear probability model. Then we add some interactions and some other econometric considerations, but kind of I don't have time to go into that. What is important is kind of we have a lot of these kind of fixed effects, these controls for characteristics of each drug project. We can control for firm fixed effects. We have many projects per firm. Here fixed effects, their interaction, and when we also control for kind of market level effects by interacting what is kind of the subtherapeutic area, so the market for which the drug is developed, times here, and also we do a triple interaction of the molecule type, which is kind of the science behind the molecule type is the science behind the project, times here and time firm. So we have kind of a fairly strong, and we have different models which alternate this type of fixed effects, but they allow us to account for many possible mechanisms happening. Okay, so one first regression we show that in basically across all phases, being an internal project has a lower probability of success. That's kind of the first descriptive, let's say, kind of rigorously descriptive, let's say, result, which is our base. And then we look at our mechanisms. How many minutes do you have?
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. So we look at the agency. So here is, so we call at this point kind of Christopher in a way was starting being happy. And we said, no, but we need to get this data about managerial compensation. And this data, you have to basically get it one by one by looking at the annual reports of the companies. Okay, so that was kind of, we have 42 among the 50 largest companies, which account for about 70% of R&D expenditure worldwide. So it's kind of a very, very large sample. We lose a few companies because some of them don't bring projects to the FDA, and a couple of them are private and don't provide the information about compensation. So at this point, also kind of he spent a couple of months going through all these annual reports and getting the information. And so we have data about R&D and compensation for 882 firm years. And we see that about 42% of the companies use the compensation across the whole sample. The number is increasing. The kind of short-term compensation is somehow more common than long-term compensation. Short-term so here we are measuring the part of the variable compensation of a manager, which is subject to this type of reward, and the reward is for advancing drug projects to the next phase. Okay, so we rewards clearly the quality of the projects that you have selected, but also kind of, as we are going to see, leaves some space for an agency problem. And we also for almost the whole sample, we are also able to see how much is this, kind of what is the relevance of this compensation, which is about 8% of the variable pay of this manager. So it's something which is clearly sizable. Now, one claim that we do, kind of, I will not elaborate much on this, but kind of we focus on phase 2 because this is where arguably there is more asymmetric information and so more scope for agency, so for opportunistic behavior by the managers. And so kind of, and we are going to see that's where kind of the role of incentives is also more important. So kind of we developed some evidence on this, and basically kind of here our baseline result is that we see this is for phase 2, and so here we have different measures. This is a dummy for the use of managerial compensation. It is a dummy for the use of short-term managerial compensation, so linked to short-term results. And we see that in both cases, the use of internal, so the interaction between internal project and R&D managerial compensation has a negative effect. So kind of reduces the probability of success, of eventual approval by good measure. Okay, and this is also true. Then we see this. So and here are our 6 different models, which are each one has a different combination, which we build on some kind of theoretical basis, conceptual basis. Okay, and then we see that this is a little bit less important for long-term compensation, but also kind of the size of the weight of the incentive pay is quite important. Now, one question that came up is that, well, there could be a reverse causality here in the sense that you could introduce incentive pay when you see that you are less successful. And in that sense, so we use, here it's kind of something a little bit more elaborate, a recent event study methodology, which has very recently been proposed in a paper published a couple of years ago. And so we do kind of also, I don't go in the details here, but kind of we see kind of the years since the introduction of R&D-based compensation in a company. So we have the year, for many companies, we have the introduction at a certain point of managerial compensation, and we compare those for these ones, we compare the success rate of internal and in-license drug projects, and we see that there is no difference in the 7 years before, basically. This is kind of the delta between internal and in-licensed. But after the introduction, there is clearly a jump down of the success probability of the internal project, which is consistent with what we say, and it's not consistent with the reverse causality mechanism. Moreover, we also show that the probability of success of in-licensed drugs remains very similar across before and after the introduction of the managerial compensation, so that it's not something which is driven by changing the in-license, the quality of the in-licensed projects, but more likely is instead here we look at the number of internally generated projects which are advanced. And so here we see that there is a clear increase. Okay, the number is small. It goes 1 by 1 or 2. go up by 1 or 2, but I mean these are kind of small numbers in any case. Okay, so that's it kind of we do have a discrete jump in the number of internal projects advanced, and so that's very much in line with kind of inconsistent with reverse causality and in line with our mechanism. And then we also basically show that both selection and contractual inflexibility have some bite. So kind of we're not obviously naively say, oh, that's everything is incentives, but kind of they also have some bite, but kind of they don't take out the effect of managerial incentives. Okay, so kind of here we have some tests. I still have 1 or 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay.
Maybe we can leave some time for questions.
Okay, sure. If there are questions, it would be great. You can also ask difficult questions like Alessandro would have asked. Definitely, they're most welcome. So one thing that we do is kind of for the selection, we do something which is kind of very simple. So we include in our regressions a measure of absorptive capacity, the R&D intensity of the company. We also do that by using things like the number of projects which had been advanced in that therapeutic area in the past, so the kind of more refined measures. And in all cases, we see that, yes, that has a bite. But then we also look at, that's also a contribution of Christopher, which brought to our attention, the fact that there are analysts, which are kind of medical doctors or kind of people with a degree in life sciences, which estimate the likelihood of approval in real time whenever something happens for these drugs. And so one thing that we want to see is the likelihood of approval higher for in-licensed projects, so that kind of you are also bringing in better projects. Okay, this is not increasing over time; it's just kind of looked in the at any time. And so we see that, yes, in licensing a deal increases the likelihood of approval. Okay, so kind of you are the companies, especially when they have a high R&D intensity, tend to be in licensing projects which are good to start with. Okay, so this is kind of this absorptive capacity selection argument, and then we also look at a similar complementary measure, which is peak sales. How much do analysts think that the potential sales of this drug are? So it is a drug which is addressing an important problem. Yes, that's also something which we find happens. But then we also find that agency problems remain a distinct mechanism, because we don't find agency problems to have any effect on the likelihood of approval of in-licensed drugs. So kind of these are a separate mechanism. Okay, so they're both mechanisms are at play, but they contribute independently. Then the last point is about the contractual inflexibility. And so here we collect data also from these databases, which conforms to kind of other descriptive statistics that have been found in the trade literature, that about, say, 20%, close to 20% of the projects are terminated not because they are not good, but because they are kind of they call it pipeline prioritization. It's a discretionary choice of the company that says, okay, we are not interested in advancing this because maybe we have another drug which is already, or another project which is already covering this area. Okay, so this is kind of where the company can exert some discretion, and clearly this is higher in the internal project than in the external projects, and that's something that we observe in our regressions. Okay, so that's we develop a separate database where kind of we see that these kind of discretionary closures are much higher for internal projects, but at the same time we see that once we include once we exclude these 66 projects from our data set, our baseline regressions remain. So we cannot explain the discretionary part is not explaining the fact that internal projects are less successful. And so that's basically where we are. How now we are kind of digesting. We are trying to present it better and come up with a good setup. But kind of fundamentally, we think it's kind of we have some fairly robust results. And if in the minute which I have left or so, are there any questions? I'm happy to take them. Okay. Otherwise, kind of. Thank you very much.
We have Professor Pascali now.
So you can see from this very humble title, The Dawn of Civilization, that this is not exactly the kind of literature in which Alessandro was in. But in a sense, I don't feel too much ashamed, okay? Because Alessandro is one of the many persons that have been somehow pushing me towards this kind of research. Alessandro, I think, loved this kind of literature. Because they are somehow like... Absolutely, sorry. Oh my God, I move a lot. It's going to be tough. And somehow I shared like 2 moments with Alessandro. Oops. Maybe here. Like. So the first moment is what Fabio has already described. What I would call the beauty of failure. I was a failed co-author of Alessandro. I will tell you my story later tonight, which is very different than the one that Fabio said. And that's where I ran really my first regressions, okay, at least understanding what was going on. And then the second moment was this sort of moment in my career during my Ph.D. where I transitioned towards this kind of literature. I gave this seminar as a PhD student about the long-term impact of anti-Semitism on economic development. The seminar was a disaster. I still remember it was a complete disaster. But in that audience, there was Fabio and there was Alessandro, because essentially he was working with Fabio. And Alessandro knew something about anti-Semitism, and he told me about the story of Turin, where essentially there was a Jewish community. There was a charity bank that was created exactly to counteract the Jewish usury. That's the that's the Compagnia delle Opere. And in fact, you can still read in the Constitution Act that it was there against the Jewish bloodsuckers. And then somehow this charity foundation evolved into a bank, and we know that it has an impact on economic development today still in the city. And essentially, he told me this story, and what my job market paper was just showing this with big data, okay? But that's how I ended up to this kind of literature. And now you will see here the sort of final product. Okay. So approximately around 3,500 BC, our ancestors experienced the urban revolution, which was a very rapid transition from farming villages and tribes to urbanized state-level societies. Now, what is striking is just how fast everything happened. Agriculture had arrived around 9,000 BC, and for 6 millennia, societies continued to be organized as tribes. And then in the second half of the 4th millennium, everything changed. In places as far away as Mesopotamia, the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley, Central Asia, we see for the first time in human history the appearance of political states, unprecedented levels of socioeconomic inequalities, and large cities. That's the urban revolution. We wait few centuries and we see exactly the same happening in Anatolia, in the Mediterranean basin, and in China. So when civilization arrived, it did not arrive in a gradual way. It was an explosion, which raises intriguing fundamental research questions, which are, by the way, the questions that started modern social sciences from the works of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. What caused the urban revolution? What are the mechanisms that led, in some regions of the world, again, to the rise of political states and large socioeconomic inequalities? And second, why is it that the urban revolution emerged in some regions but not in others? Okay, these are fundamental questions in social sciences, but also in economics, there is a literature that has been showing that an early start in the civilization process can go a long way in explaining the fate of nations today. I don't have time to go through the previous papers that are out there and the previous theories, but what I can tell you is what is our theory. What we conjecture is that the turning point in human history is the invention of bronze. Once bronze is invented, you need to have bronze, otherwise you will be simply wiped out by people that have it. Okay? In fact, the Bronze Age is a story of people with bronze replacing, through genocides, people without bronze. But here is the fact about bronze. In order to get bronze, you need to have trade. And in fact, this is the first wave of trade globalization in human history. This is the first time that we observe elaborate, permanent, long-distance trade relationship. And this for two reasons, which are very easy to get. First of all, bronze is an alloy. You need to put together two metals, tin and copper. And these two metals are normally in places which are far away from each other. Okay, I will show you how far away they are in the next slides. Second, tin and copper are normally in the mountains, so they are very far away with respect to fertile land and dense population. The result, an explosion of long-distance trade. Okay? So what we try to argue is that some of the trade routes that are connecting metals with large populations are constrained by geography to pass through some regional bottlenecks, to pass through some areas that essentially traders could not avoid if had not, unless they would pay extremely high extra transportation cost. And what we try to argue here is that it's precisely in these bottlenecks that a new elite could rise. Why a new elite could rise here? Well, first of all, because taxation is very easy here. Okay? These are places where you can put a fence and you need to leave your un fiorino if you want to pass through this fence. Okay? And so an elite can be sustained. And as a matter of fact, an elite is Pareto improving. Because, if we move to the theory of Mancur-Olson, of roving versus stationary bandits, here the idea is from the side of bandits, it's profitable to be stationary, to be able to commit a tax rate, so that traders would continue to pass by. But also from the side of traders, it's good to have stationary bandits rather than roving bandits, because these limit expropriation. So the state in these places is a sort of Pareto improvement with respect to the agents that are playing there. So now is 25 minutes presentation, so I cannot give you too much of an historical background. But let me try to blow up your mind with this slide. Okay? Now, you need to bring metals where people are. And people are where agriculture is productive, which means Eastern Europe and the southern part of the Nile. Okay? But here is the fact. For instance, you need to bring tin to these people. Okay? And tin is in the mountains of Afghanistan. How does tin get from the mountains of Afghanistan there? Let me tell you. It goes down through the Indus. It gets to the Indian Ocean, coastal navigation to the Oman Gulf, coastal navigation within the Persian Gulf, and then through the Tigris and the Euphrates, you get from one side the Mediterranean, coastal navigation, and then you enter the delta of the Nile and go south. Through the other side, you arrive to Anatolia, then is land transportation, and then you have two routes, either the Dardanelles or down the Cyclades and Crete to get into Europe. Okay? Now, let me pause a second. This is a world that has not invented the light wheel yet. Now, we are economists. We understand very well, I think, that these kind of traders they would not be able to operate if they were not guaranteed some protection. And we also understand very well that it would be very easy to tax them. Okay? What I would try to argue are the places where civilization started. For instance, in this particular side of the world, they are the places which are shaded, are precisely the places that the traders could not avoid. So what you will see in this short presentation, well, first I will, of course, talk a couple of minutes about the data. Then you will see how we recognize the potential transit region in the metal trade routes. In particular, here we will use a concept that goes back to the 19th century of road nodes. The road nodes identify the passages in which routes that are dictated only by natural topography and the distribution of resources intersect. Now, this is an old concept, but if you know, for instance, the recent paper on the QJE on Assyrian trade, this is the same concept that they use there. So we identified the transit regions, and then what I will try to argue is that these are the places where civilization started, and I will try to capture civilization using different data. And finally, we discuss about the mechanisms, okay? And here, I will do some hand waving. I would pretend that we really, can say how things work, but I will show you really that there is some tiny evidence that it's actually these transit places, they gave rise to the great civilizations because it was easier to extract taxes from these traders. Now, I don't have time to go through the data. It took us 10 years to collect this data. What we put together are essentially 4 types of data. First of all, we collected data on bilateral trade relationship during the Stone Age and during the Bronze Age. Now, you understand that these are not the perfect data. What we have here are a series of archaeological artifacts. We know where they are found. We know where they were produced. And so we have this enormous matrix of origins and destination. How do we use this bilateral trade data? Well, we take some methodologies that are out there in the international literature to sort of infer from this trade data the relative transportation cost during the Bronze Age. And once we have the relative transportation cost across different modes of transportation, we can sort of build the transportation infrastructure of the Bronze Age, okay? We know where are the highways of the Bronze Age. The next step, now we know the highways, but now we need to understand where are the metals and where are the people. So we collect the data on the mines, but of course the mines, they are going to be endogenous to where there were great civilizations. So we also collected data on the actual metal deposits. And second, on the people, well, we collected data on where the cropland was. But of course, cropland, is around the great civilization. And so we also created our own measure of land productivity that goes back to the Bronze Age. Okay? If you want, I can give you the details. But essentially here, what we are using are models that use the anthropologists today to infer land productivity from climate, together with estimates of climate in the past that comes from paleoclimatologists. You put the two together, and you have a measure of productivity of the land that goes back in the past. And finally, we collected data on the rise of the urban revolution. Now, the urban revolution is a messy object. It's a bundle of things that tend to happen at the same time. The rise of political states, the rise of complex hierarchies, inequalities, the rise of cities, and other things. Writing, science, system of recording used in production, etc. So what we do is we have a series of imperfect data sets where we try to measure the different aspects, okay, of the urban revolution. Okay, so what we do with this data, again, 3 things. Identify the road nodes, estimate the impact of these road nodes on the rise of the urban revolution, try to understand the mechanism. Okay? Let's start on the first thing, which is identify the road nodes. Again, I don't have time here to go through the details, but let me give you an intuition. Okay? First of all, we estimate the relative transportation cost over sea, river, land, and mountains during the Stone Age and during the Bronze Age. We use it, again, using methodologies that are out there since a long time in the international trade literature. For instance, if you are familiar with the paper of Dev Donaldson on railroads, we use their methodology one-to-one. Okay? There is nothing new here. So essentially, we guess what are these relative transportation costs. We estimate a gravity model where we regress the trade data on the distance data, which depend on the first guess of relative transportation costs. We do this in an iterative way, and the result, and then is, at the end we get the relative transportation costs, which maximize the fit of this gravity model. Okay, it's a sort of structural estimation, if you want. So, of course, we have a lot of robustness checks and boring things, but in our benchmark specification, what we find, for instance, is that moving by river is 2 times as costly as to move by sea, and moving by land is 6 times as costly as to move by sea, okay, which makes sense. Now, very good. So now we know the transportation infrastructure of the period. Okay, we know that the big highways really are the coast, and there are the small highways, which are the rivers, and moving by land is much more difficult. Next, again, we know where the cropland is. These are the grid cells that you see in green. We know where the mines are. These are the dots. And so we know where the cropland is. We know where the mines are. We know how much it costs to move from A to B. Oh, here I cannot tell. And what we could do is we can compute the shortest path if farming societies wants to reach the mines. Okay, that's something very simple. And now once we have all this plethora of paths, we can understand what are the road nodes in this network. So, and here they are. So here, the darker you are, the highest is the number of paths that intersect that particular grid cell. Okay? So now these are the transit region in the metal trade network, as they come out of our algorithm. Oh, okay, here I messed up. Okay, great. Now, you can imagine that, of course, the distribution of mine and the distribution of cropland is endogenous to where the first cities are, the first states are, hierarchy is. So what we do is we use exactly the same methodology, but now to calculate the transit area, not in between mines and cropland, but in between metal deposits and productive lands. So 2 objects which are unaffected by human intervention. Okay? We call the first measure our transit index, here the natural transit index. Okay? Very good. So now I told you something about the data. You saw how we identified the transit regions of the time. And now what I'm going to tell you is the kind of regressions where we try to estimate the impact of this transit region on the rise of civilization. And we start with some very simple cross-sectional regressions. These are cross-sectional regressions with all the problems of cross-sectional regression. So let's say that these are just correlations. Okay? But I would like you to notice that the results of this correlation, they seem to go in line of our theory. So we start here with this regression where we regress a dummy that identifies whether there was a city in that particular grid cell during the Bronze Age on our transit index, which identify, again, the road nodes in the metal trade network. And then what we do is we have a first stage where we try to isolate an exogenous variation in the road nodes by using as instrument, again, the natural transit index. So these are the road nodes, not in between, again, mines and cropland, but in between metal deposits and productive land. Okay? Now, let me show you a map. So So what you see in this map are, again, the transit region, and then the dots are the cities. And what I would like you to notice is that practically there are no exceptions. Every city is in a transit region. The second thing that I would like you to notice from this map, and we will discuss this later, is that, however, there are a lot of transit regions where there are no cities. Okay? So for instance, if you look at China, there are 2 big transit regions, 1 and 2, but cities are only here. Later I will try to argue that's because it's only here that you can extract taxes, while here you cannot. But for now, just want to show you that there is a strong correlation between transit regions and the rise of cities. Okay? So here in the first column, you see exactly the same, just in a regression format. The dependent variable is whether there is any city, multiplied by 100. The regressor is our transit index. That coefficient is telling you that if you double the number of paths that are passing by a grid cell, the dependent variable will increase by 0.67 by 0.33, so 0.25, which is an extremely large number with respect to the mean of the dependent variable. Okay? So the transit index explains a big chunk of the distribution of cities all over the world. In the second stage, again, in the second column, we have the 2-stage least square regressions where we make an attempt to isolate an exogenous variation in the transit index using, again, as instrument, the natural transit index. The instrument is powerful, and the result of doing all this math is that essentially we get the same coefficient as the OLS estimates. Okay? So we run a crazy number of robustness checks, but again, these are cross-sectional estimates, so there is no way to rule out that there might be some omitted variables, geographic omitted variables that are driving the show. That's why in the next exercise we move to panel data. Now, for cities, we could not run any kind of panel regressions because essentially there are no cities before the invention of bronze. Okay? Here, the dependent variable is going to be the presence of an archaeological site, which is indicative of social hierarchy in a certain cell C, dating from the millennium T. Okay? And the main regressor, that's going to be the usual diff in diff, is the interaction between the transit index and the post-dummy that tell us that the millennium is the one of the invention of bronze or following the invention of bronze. Okay? Also in this case, we have a first stage where what we do is we interact our instrument with the post variable. And as usual, now we can have the self-fixed effect and the millennium fixed effect. The self-fixed effect are going to at least control for everything that is time invariant, or it has a time invariant effect on social hierarchy. So we have different ways to proxy for hierarchical complexity. I don't have time to show all of these results. You will just see here the results where the dependent variable is the presence of large settlements. Okay? So we use different data sets, different archaeological atlases. The first 3 columns here, they refer to one of them. The next 3 columns, they refer to a more recent one. Let me just tell you something about just one of these results. I mean, it doesn't matter what atlas you use or what methodology you use. So if we believe, let me put it like this, the size of this coefficient is telling you, with the usual hand waving in the difference literature, that 2/3 of the increase in large settlements that we observe when moving from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age can be explained by the transit index. So it's an extremely large number. Okay? And let me show you probably, thank you, the longest pre-trends you've ever seen in your life. Here the reference millennium is the one of the invention of bronze. You can see that there are no pre-trends, and you can see that essentially the big chunk of the effect is there starting from the second millennium. Okay? Now, Also, these data, they have problems, okay? We use two atlases. One is outdated. The other one is known to be skewed towards Eurasia. So there are essentially no perfect data that have a global coverage. However, we do have perfect data for China and Europe. Of course, the cost of moving to them is losing the global perspective, okay? So for instance, for China, we digitized this CERIS project that was started in the 60s, the Atlas of Chinese Relics, 2 million pages, you know, with 500,000 archaeological sites with extremely long description. What we have, the advantages, you know, this is the complete sample of archaeological artifacts in China, and essentially we use machine learning to classify these sites according to the different criteria that Gordon Childe, you know, the god in this literature, used to define the urban revolution in archaeological sites, okay? So these are the sites. And then what we do is we run exactly the same two-stage least square difference in difference analysis that you have seen before. But now the dependent variable is going to be the presence of large settlements, the presence of monumental building, the presence of a ruling class exempt from manual tasks, the presence of a system of recording used in the production, writing, and figurative art. Okay? And I would like you to notice that, again, moving from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, we observe an effect pretty much on each one of these markers of the urban revolution. You know, let me push the longest pre-trend you have ever seen to the Paleolithic age. Now we are really going back in the order of tens of thousands of years. We'd like you to notice that all the impact is there in the Bronze Age. There is nothing going on in the Neolithic age. We have a similar, so here there is, I cannot come back. Now I understand the problems that the others, thank you. No, that's great. We have a similar exercise for Europe. For Europe, it's even cooler, because for Europe, we know when the mines are operating, which implies that every time there is a new mine, all the network changes. And what we show there is that essentially the changes in the road nodes that comes from discovering new mines, they correspond to the changes in the geography of complex hierarchies. Okay? I don't have time, unfortunately, to show you these results. How much time do I have? Sorry.
I think you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
2.5.
2.5. Okay. That's enough to discuss mechanisms. So, you know, look, I think we have a lot of evidence that transit regions are the places where the urban revolution started. And I believe also that is sort of convincing that there is a kind of causal relationship. Okay? Now, here, things are not as perfect. Okay? So these are transit regions in the trade network. There are two potential explanations why civilization can start here. Okay, first, there is a lot of trade that is passing by, and trade is good for development. We know it. Okay? But we are trying to push a second explanation. That is that these are the places where it was easy to tax. So how can we distinguish the two different explanations? Well, we have a model, which I'm not going to show you because of lack of time and also because it's boring and it's just a bunch of equations. But what you get from this model is something very reasonable. That is how much taxes you could extract in a certain places, where this would depend on the alternatives that traders had. You know, if it will cost €1,000 to avoid a certain cell in the world, that's the maximum you could extract in terms of taxes. Okay? So what we do is we try exactly to measure how much you could extract by looking at the alternatives that traders had. To do this, we use a concept that's been developed in marine biology. It's called modified efficiency centrality. Marine biology, because they need to predict where the predators would sit in the ocean in the face of large migrations. That's exactly, you know, what we have here. Okay? Now, which are the bottlenecks? So which are the places where the blockage cost is higher? Well, these are the shaded area here. And now, just to be clear, this match one-to-one now the places where civilization happened. Okay? So here you have the cities. Now you see that this is the part of China where there are 2 transit areas in China we have seen, but this is the part which is also a bottleneck. Okay? And now is almost one-to-one. Look at this. Our bottlenecks, they match the cities. And then what we do next, in these last 30 seconds, is we essentially run a horse race to try to understand what matters for civilization. Is it being in a transit region, or is it being in a bottleneck? Okay? And now we know that horse race, this kind have a lot of problems. I don't need to tell you, so it's, that's the maximum we can do. But essentially, if you were to run a horse race on all the results that you have seen until now, you would see that the great majority in the variation in the rise of complex hierarchies, cities, and states is absorbed by our blockage cost and not by our transit index. Okay? Let me conclude. City-states emerge in the transit regions, in the metal trade routes. What I would like you to notice is that I didn't have time to tell you about previous theories, but the great majority of previous theories, they associate the rise of civilization with agriculture. Instead, what we know is the places where civilization started, they were not particularly fertile. In some cases, they were. In some others, they were not. But they were always road nodes in the metal trade network. So I think we are able to say that the metal trade was important in fostering the rise of civilization. And there is some evidence that the particular mechanism would go through the rise of a taxing elite. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thanks to the 3 presenters. I'll ask my question later, so we all finish on time, but thanks a lot. Great. So I think now is lunch break.
Can start? Iniziamo? Ok. Sedersi. Ok, prima di iniziare, buongiorno a tutti, questa sessione delle Memories. Volevo ricordare che l'anno scorso c'è stato un evento in onore di Mario Pagliero con un workshop con paper e i 2 nostri colleghi sono purtroppo mancati quasi contemporaneamente, quindi per il nostro dipartimento ESOMAS è stato un po' uno shock. Però era solo un ricordo che volevo fare. Abbiamo una lunga lista di persone che vogliono raccontare qualcosa con riferimento a Alessandro. Inizio io con una breve introduzione in lingua inglese. Si può parlare sia in inglese sia in italiano, siate liberi di usare la lingua che preferite. So, the very first time that I saw Alessandro was in 92, 93, more than 30 years ago. I was giving an oral examination in the course Economics of the Firm, and there are the 2 teachers here, Giovanni Zanetti and Giovanni Fraquelli. Alessandro was helping the professors of the course. Even if I was put in difficulty by Giovanni Zanetti and Giovanni Fraquelli, they were literally grilling me, slowly grilling me, because I volunteered for the oral examination. It was not compulsory, and very few people, very few students dared to ask for an oral examination to improve the mark. So I was suffering, but I noticed Alessandro. That was dealing with other students, registration of exams. And so I was curious about Alessandro because I didn't meet him during the course. Several months later, I met him at the National Council of Research when he was studying. Was like Cristiano Ronaldo of the CERIS at that time, a very young researcher. And I started to interact with him and with Laura Arondi for my dissertation, because I need data and firm. And as Fabio reminded us, at that time, CERIS was a gold mine for data. After the dissertation, I worked as a research assistant for Alessandro, Laura, and Giovanni. I was involved in several projects, and I learned a lot from them. Thanks to their passion, I started to pursue an academic career, because at the beginning I was planning to become an accountant, probably more rewarding in terms of cash or money, and so maybe it's their fault or their merit that I'm here today. So I have many memories of the time, and also at the time in university. This morning we had several people that said something about the university and research. So very happy to chair this session, but it's quite tough. So I'm very happy to give the floor to authors, co-authors, friends that want to share memories about the time with Alessandro, doing research, or going to the stadium to see Toro, and so on and so forth. So, sorry, and we start this session. We have two colleagues connected online, so I would prefer to start with them, Giorgio Siotis and Damiano Silipo, and then we continue with the floor before Professor Giovanni Zanetti, and then the others. Thanks. Ciao, Damiano.
I want to thank, first of all, Collegio Carlo Alberto and all the colleagues at the University of Torino for this Remembrance Day and for inviting me to this emotional event. I met Alessandro in 1998 in our first day as associate professors at the University of Calabria. A friendship was born immediately for unknown reasons, the reasons why you become close friends to some people and not to others. But this friendship lasted until his departure. In that year, he spent a year at the University of Calabria teaching. In that year, we used to go together every day when he was in Cosenza, and we shared many things of our life. I have evidence that he remained connected with the University of Calabria ever since, because when he met myself or colleagues from my department in conferences, he was genuinely interested in what was going on in my department. Alessandro was a sentimental person with strong values and beliefs. If you ask some things, you should expect a clear-cut but not superficial answer, symptom of a strong personality. First, he believed in accuracy of the research and in competence as the only criterion for selection at the university. Many discussions during the evening dealt with the deterioration process occurring at the university at that time and also nowadays. We never worked together, but we were working on similar topics like finance and innovation. I learned a lot from him. I still carry every day the Invicta backpack that gave to us in 1999 at the European Association for Research in Industrial Economics conference in Turin that he chaired. This shows that in the research, as well as in small things, Alessandro delivered always the excellence. And nowadays, for me, carrying this backpack, it allows to remind every day of him and of the good time we had at the University of Calabria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damiano. Now we have connected, I think, George Siotis.
Yes.
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this event. I'm very honored. I was literally shell-shocked when I learned that Alessandro had left us. When I think of him, I think of many things that go well beyond economics. By the way, I also have I still have the Invicta bag. And I remember Alessandro saying, I thought I should get something useful to people. This is the bag I use when I go skiing. Very good quality. Alessandro loves skiing as well. I met Alessandro in the last century, I think. Can't remember the exact year, whether it was 98 or 99, when Giorgio Barbanavaretti, who opened this morning, came with Alessandro to work on a European project. He had managed Alessandro to come and meet these guys in Madrid. I saw this tall guy, very impressive, speaking in a slow voice, being very, very serious. And I immediately understood that I was seeing somebody who was going or was already a heavyweight in his field. And I've had the pleasure of meeting many Italian economists outside Italy. There are many of them, and they're usually very, very good, and they are very smart. So the only way I have managed to approach these smart Italians has been not to talk about economics, but to talk about food. And also, Italians, contrary to many Europeans, even if they have done sciences, they still have a classical culture. I wish more Europeans had the level of classical culture the Italians have. And we just started talking, and at the end of his stay in Madrid, he knew I had been at the Bank of Spain just before joining Carlos III, that I had some good data, and he said, well, maybe we should do something together. And I hesitated because I knew it would be very demanding to work with him, but at the same time, I was absolutely thrilled. So we started working together, and what was already a very fluid relationship developed into a friendship, a deep friendship. I went a number of times to Turin. I was honored to be able to stay at his place with Letizia, and then later with Ricardo, that we walked to school during one of my visits. He came to Madrid. He was staying at my place as well. And we started this project that, from an academic perspective, was all Alessandro. I was coming at the time mainly from international economics. He was more into IO. I was a bit IO. And we started to work on a project on foreign direct investment, which links together international economics and industrial organization. And I don't know if Alessandro, I don't think he's done many things in international economics afterwards, in pure international economics, I mean. And this project was indeed what characterized Alessandro, eclectic. He wanted to address an interesting issue, and he was willing to go into different fields, into new fields. That led to a paper that is among my best cited papers with him in the Journal of International Economics. I still remember that because it took us a long time to write the paper and then to revise it, that one version of Stata, but we went through 2 or 3 versions of Stata, and at one point I could not reproduce the results. And I was absolutely terrified because he told me, what is this? With Alessandro, you had to be very careful to be able to back up all your results and to be extremely rigorous, as it has been said before. To conclude, I would just say that unfortunately I hadn't seen him recently, but when I left the European Commission, after spending 7 years there in 2015, he was the first person I went to visit very shortly after I came back to academia. We talked about working together again, but as he said, I now work only on topics on which I'm very excited. Again, reflecting his amazing, eclectic mind. Well, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Georg. Adesso continuiamo in presenza. Devo iniziare con Giovanni Zanetti.
Io voglio cominciare ringraziando per essere stato invitato a ricordare Alessandro in questa bella occasione, e anche perché alla mia età a volte si ha un po' la sensazione di essere ormai dimenticati. Che qualcuno si sia ancora ricordato mi ha fatto molto piacere, mi ha fatto quasi sentire ancora un po' più giovane. E sono lieto di ricordare Alessandro, al quale mi ha legato, oltre la stima per un giovane studioso di grande prestigio, una durevole e sincera amicizia. Io l'ho conosciuto quando venne a parlarmi della possibilità di preparare e di discutere la tesi. E in quell'occasione io fui felicemente colpito dall'idea di approfondire il tema dell'utilizzazione delle materie prime nei processi di produzione industriale del nostro Paese. Eravamo in un'epoca in cui i bilanci vennero presentati a risultati lordi. C'era un conto economico che diceva utile lordo, di là interessi passivi, utile netto, fine della trasmissione. No? Quindi dati difficilissimi da trovare. L'idea di provare a indagare sulle materie prime e cogliere anche su questi elementi del processo produttivo il tema della produttività era un qualche cosa sostanzialmente sconosciuto, insomma non era praticato. Quindi fui sorpreso di questa idea e mi colpì il desiderio di toccare argomenti che non erano consueti nelle proposte di ricerca, e come mi aveva colpito la sua sana curiosità di approfondire le problematiche che si aprivano su un ampio spettro. Sono caratteristiche che si sarebbero poi confermate nelle diverse occasioni di ricerca empirica che hanno segnato una collaborazione sviluppata lungo diversi anni. Abbiamo fatto tante cose, sempre lavorando su dati empirici. Infinite regressioni, studiate le significatività e via di seguito. E in questi anni è venuta altresì maturando una sua scelta metodologica che ha segnato molti dei suoi lavori di ricerca, in merito ai quali in me è cresciuta la stima, ma anche insieme alla consapevolezza del suo passaggio da ottimo allievo a promettente e stimato maestro nei miei confronti. Quindi, al di là delle sue doti di studioso, giustamente sottolineate negli interventi che mi hanno preceduto, mi preme sottolineare ancora le doti umane che ne erano alla base e consolidavano un rapporto che si esprimeva nelle vicende della vita quotidiana. Spiccato era il suo senso di apprezzamento e di responsabilità verso l'amministrazione della realtà pubblica che l'ha condotto ad assumere ruoli importanti in questo ambito. Ricordo con ammirazione il periodo nel quale, con equilibrio e efficienza, guidò il nostro Dipartimento. Assieme alla speranza, non era solo mia questa speranza, di un suo successo nella competizione per la successione nel rettorato della nostra università. Io mi sono scientemente speso e sono contento di averlo fatto. Tante volte in ambito diverso abbiamo conversato sulle vicende delle nostre famiglie, sulle opportunità che si aprivano, sul bel legame con Letizia, consolidato nel matrimonio celebrato in quel di Siena, fino alla nascita di Riccardo. Molte furono le riflessioni e i nostri spostamenti per raggiungere i luoghi di convegno o le sedi universitarie dove eravamo richiesti percorsi o interventi su temi affrontati, confrontando le nostre ipotesi sui fatti. Abbiamo preso l'incarico di corsi presso la LUIS, per 2 anni abbiamo insegnato economia dell'impresa. Anche nell'Università Cattolica, nella sede staccata di Piacenza, dove avevano un po' inventato che ci dovesse essere inserito anche il corso di economia dell'impresa o managerial economics. E mi colpiva nei nostri scambi di vedute la sua sincerità, a volte impietosa, ma vera e rispettosa degli altri, unitamente ad un'ironia sottesa in molte sue osservazioni. Non si scoraggiava mai davanti alle difficoltà, e qui mi si passi il tentativo di strapparvi forse un sorriso. E direi che in proposito un ricordo personale mi viene alla mente quando affermo che non poteva non essere ottimista e avere sempre speranza, stante la passione praticata e condivisa con me verso la squadra di calcio del Torino, no? Che poteva essere solo alimentata così, nel quadro di speranze sempre rinviate verso un futuro difficile se non impossibile da realizzarsi. Caro Alessandro, mi piace ricordarti quando con Letizia ci eravamo ancora incontrati nella marcia dell'Orgoglio Granata in occasione di una delle nostre discese in Serie B, quando spingevi il passeggino nel quale il tuo piccolo Riccardo, con la maglia di giusto colore, contribuiva ad alimentare quelle nostre mai dismesse speranze. Anche in questo modo, forse il più caro e il più vero, ti voglio ricordare.
Grazie Giovanni. Direi, mi è stato chiesto di anticipare un intervento. Paolo Di Martino, se vuoi venire.
Good afternoon, everybody. The non-Italian speaker will apologize if I do speak in Italian. E gli italiani mi scuseranno se non parlo in italiano, ma con quel misto di parlata del mare. Del resto credo Alessandro apprezzerebbe che cioè, l'idea che parlassi in maniera troppo forbita o troppo accademica di lui, che te lo disturberebbe. Del resto io mi scuso anche con la platea, non ho un rapporto così lungo, profondo o accademico come altri colleghi, quindi il fatto di essere stato chiamato qui a parlare per me è un grande onore ed ammetto senza vergogna di essere anche un po' emozionato. Avrei molto da dire di Alessandro, anche se l'ho conosciuto molto brevemente, ma mi limito a un paio di storie. Il giorno che l'ho conosciuto era prima del mio concorso e mi portarono un po' in giro a vedere, diciamo, e a conoscere un po' le pietre miliari del dipartimento. Andai da Paolo, poi dal mio amico Fabio, che non so dove sia, e in ultimo mi portarono da Alessandro, che nella sua, diciamo, fisicità imponente stava lì a guardare la curva del Toro, giustamente, mi stava ricordato, al che io, non sapendo né cosa dire né cosa fare, anche piuttosto intimidito, dissi: ma te sei un tifoso? Già dargli del tu mi costava. La risposta fu: io non sono un tifoso, io sono il tifoso. E lì dissi, No, anch'io avrei una certa simpatia. Bene, qual è il tuo giocatore preferito? E già lì, disse, ora, qui mi gioco l'ultima cartuccia che ho di essere assunto in questa università, e sparai un Patrizio Sala, che per chi non lo conosce è uno scarpone degli anni 70. Però questo probabilmente fece breccia nel cuore di Alessandro, disse, vabbè, forse questo è uno ragionevole. Del resto, a proposito del mio curriculum, disse, ecco, per una volta uno che mi fa un po' meno schifo del solito, questo che credo fosse un grosso complimento. Niente, a quel punto mi sentivo tipo Fantozzi, non sapevo che dire, lui mi disse, benissimo, là, compra un biglietto e domenica vieni a vedere la partita, curva primavera, ultimo posto. Ubbidisco. Mi comprai anche la sciarpa e andammo a vedere la partita insieme, anche lì tipo Fantozzi, non sapevo cosa dire, dico, ma forse dovremmo invertire gli esterni, che è uno di quei commenti senza senso, no? Cioè che non, come dire, dovremmo cambiare l'aria fresca con quella calda. E niente, qui insomma poi da lì diventammo, credo, abbastanza amici, nonostante la poca frequentazione purtroppo. Niente, non ho molto da aggiungere a parte questi ricordi personali, però mi piaceva anche perché sono contento, non sono io il primo a citare il Toro, quindi posso a questo punto anche insistere. Mi viene a mente, non so se qualcuno conosce l'inno del Toro, ma c'è una frase in cui all'inizio dice che la maglia granata ha una seconda pelle e portarla è come fare un viaggio fra le stelle, non lo so a memoria l'inno. Ecco, io non lo so, voglio sperare, credo di poter dire, per quello che ho conosciuto, che la vita di Alessandro sia stata un viaggio fra le stelle e che il mio augurio è che ovunque sia ora, non ho idea chiaramente, continui questo viaggio e magari appunto un domani possa testimoniare finalmente di una squadra un po' più forte di quella che abbiamo visto negli ultimi 30 anni. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie Paolo, direi che possiamo continuare in ordine alfabetico, quindi Giuseppe Bertola.
Sì, Alessandro era, ma per me è ancora nei miei ricordi, una persona contemporaneamente molto seria e molto spiritosa, rigoroso, ma aveva tantissimo entusiasmo e aveva un grande senso di umore, un po' cinico, un po' qualche volta un po' rude. Anch'io sono un po' così, è per questo che eravamo molto in sintonia. E non stupisce perché nascemmo a un giorno di distanza e 40 km di distanza, quindi c'è qualcosa nell'acqua, nell'oroscopo che ci faceva essere uguali e perfino entrambi suonavamo ancora un po' di chitarra, quindi abbiamo tante cose in comune. E poi abbiamo fatto queste vite parallele, molto parallele, non sovrapposte se non in 2 o 3 periodi. Uno è quando eravamo qua e facevamo il corso di laurea in economia e commercio ai tempi e eravamo amici e mi è rimasto impresso la volta che mi ha dato l'esame il professor Zanetti e c'erano 3 che avevano preso 30, 2 eravamo noi ed eravamo contentissimi, con lo scritto, contentissimi, che fortuna, come siete stati bravi, così. E l'altro, e non vi dico chi è, ha insistito per fare l'orale e prendere la lode. Non vi dico chi è, però era una persona più noiosa e anche un po' meno seria di noi, cioè una persona che era un pochino più sulle apparenze che sulla sostanza. E poi siamo... No, non si dice. Io me lo ricordo, ma non si dice. No, forse lo sa lui, comunque. E poi abbiamo fatto queste vite parallele, perché lui è andato in Inghilterra, io sono andato in America, poi siamo tornati e ci siamo sistemati, lui in Corso Unione e io in Via Po, che come sapete sono più lontane di Inghilterra e Stati Uniti. È quasi come Marte e la Luna come distanza. E però è successa una bella cosa, lui aveva impostato un dottorato in scienze economiche, una cosa seria, e nella prima incarnazione del Collegio Carlo Alberto ce ne occupavamo noi 2 con anche altri, soprattutto noi 2 con l'aiuto anche di un'altra persona seria e spiritosa che era Onorato Castellino. È stato un periodo di impostazione di duro lavoro, di nuovo non era uno che si divertiva anche, ma sul lavoro lavorava, si dava da fare e faceva lavorare gli studenti. Quella fase lì è durata qualche anno, poi Onorato Castellino è mancato, e c'è stata un'evoluzione verso rituali un po' diversi e di nuovo siamo continuati a fare la nostra vita. Ho delle tracce ci siamo visti qualche volta, delle tracce elettroniche qua sul telefonino di 3 cose che sono poi successe. Una la volta che gli ho dato una mano anch'io a cercare di farsi leggere il lettore. E il messaggio WhatsApp dice: Giuseppe, ho finito il credito, puoi chiamarmi tu, perché aveva finito il credito. E per il resto parlavamo, raccoglievamo le firme. Altro messaggio, durante la pandemia, che è stata un'esperienza tremenda, Un giorno che erano successe dei messaggi strani dal rettorato, gli ho mandato un messaggio dicendo: Alessandro, alla fine le elezioni sono andate bene a te, perché sarebbe stato tantissimo lavoro, male a noi perché l'avresti fatto bene. E lui molto signorilmente ha risposto: sulla prima cosa sono convinto, sulla seconda no comment. E l'ultima cosa che ci è successa, e poi finita la pandemia, ci siamo ritrovati con anche Fabio Bagliano e ci sono questi messaggi dove ci vediamo, ristorante qui, ristorante là, e pensavamo di avere ancora un altro periodo di strada in comune, era il pensionamento, dicevamo: ah, guarda che bello, adesso andiamo in pensione, prendiamo un ufficio da soli, così, e questo purtroppo non è successo, però di nuovo, per me c'è ancora, cioè come se ci fosse, lo vedevo un po' meno di altri, d'accordo? E quindi è più facile far finta che ci sia ancora, però me lo ricordo molto bene in questi termini.
Grazie Giuseppe, con questa testimonianza hai chiuso un gap, perché la prima volta che ho visto Alessandro, come ho detto, era esattamente all'orale del corso di economia dell'impresa, e il motivo per cui l'ho notato è perché mentre mi stavano friggendo i due Giovanni che sono qui presenti, io ho sentito anch'io ho dato l'orale dalla persona che tu non vuoi nominare. E Alessandro ha detto: io non ho avuto bisogno di dare l'orale perché ho preso 30, cosa che mi stai confermando adesso, non sapevo che c'eri anche tu in quell'appello. E l'altra persona che tu non volevi nominare ha detto: ma io anch'io non avevo bisogno di dare l'orale, ma ho voluto dare l'orale per la lode. Allora la mia prima impressione ha detto: questi due sono matti, e poi adesso sono qui insieme ai matti, perché effettivamente... Comunque, continuiamo con Giorgio Calzolari.
Io farei una breve carrellata su molti anni. Non vi dico quanti anni, perché sennò poi siete in grado di fare i conti e non sta bene. Però, diciamo, mi fermo a 15 anni fa. Va bene? Allora, io ho conosciuto Alessandro tramite Letizia. Letizia, laureanda a Siena, aveva avuto una, chiamiamola borsa di studio della IBM Italia, dove lavoravo io allora, diciamo da spendere al cosiddetto centro di ricerca o centro scientifico di Pisa, dove lavoravamo noi in econometria. E il Carlo Bianchi e io l'abbiamo conosciuta allora, e in un certo senso Letizia è stata studentessa di Bianchi e me. Dopo laureata abbiamo continuato a lavorare insieme saltuariamente per un po' di tempo, e mi pare un paio d'anni dopo, mentre lei lavorava a Bologna, è andata lei a una delle prime edizioni della scuola estiva di econometria, quella che poi si faceva a Bertinoro, che si fa a Perugia, allora si faceva a Bagni di Lucca. E l'anno in cui c'è stata lei, che era uno dei primissimi, era stato un anno di livello particolarmente elevato come docenti, perché c'era Robert Engel, che poi ha preso il premio Nobel 15 anni dopo, c'era David Hendry, che poi è diventato Sir David Hendry, nominato dalla regina, eccetera. Quindi e mentre era là, noi non c'eravamo, il Bianchi e io riceviamo una notizia, una voce, che sapete che Letizia a Bagni di Lucca ha conosciuto un giovane di Torino. Noi ci chiediamo: ma ha conosciuto in che senso? Professionalmente? E quella che allora si chiamava Radio Serva Libera ha risposto subito dicendo: professionalmente sì, ma non solo. E credo sia stato quello l'inizio ufficiale, più o meno. Smentisci. Passato qualche anno si sposano a Siena, e io, diciamo, ho avuto il grande onore, privilegio e onore di essere eletto o nominato autista degli sposi. Quindi ho fatto lavare e pulire la macchina, è stata l'unica volta che la mia macchina è stata lavata, E ho avuto il privilegio, credo un privilegio raro che secondo me nessuno di voi ha avuto, di poter entrare con la macchina in Piazza del Campo, a Siena, dove una gentilissima, si dice vigilessa? Forse sì, invece che spararmi o farmi la multa, mi ha detto prego s'accomodi, lei può parcheggiare dove vuole, davanti al palazzo pubblico. È veramente un privilegio che è difficile da dimenticare. È passato qualche anno ancora, Alessandro, diciamo, salto la fase della Calabria, e Alessandro vince a un certo punto il concorso di prima fascia, se non ricordo male era in politica economica. E poco tempo prima, non molti giorni prima, avevo casualmente chiacchierato con uno dei membri della commissione, chiedendogli ma Alessandro vince? Mi ha detto sì, vince di sicuro. No, non dico chi era, vince di sicuro, perché se non dovesse vincere io mi dimetto, faccio saltare il concorso e si ricomincia tutto da capo. Vinto il concorso, dopo pochissimi giorni mi ha telefonato dicendomi guarda, il preside, che non so chi era il preside, voi lo saprete, ma mi ha detto che andrebbe benissimo un docente di politica economica, però farebbe più comodo in dipartimento un docente di econometria. Tu cosa pensi? Posso chiedere al CUN di fare il cambio settore? E io sono addirittura entusiasta rimasto, pensando e dicendo a lui questa è una cosa bellissima, perché pensa un po', acquisiamo un esperto di livello notevolissimo e lo acquistiamo senza pagare niente, perché non dobbiamo bandire un concorso con tutta le erroneosissime fasi di scelta dei commissari, litigi in commissione, eccetera. E credo che sia stata, diciamo, la etichettatura ufficiale di Alessandro come econometrico. Lo era di fatto, però l'etichetta ufficiale l'ha avuta allora, dopo il passaggio in prima fascia. Passato ancora un po' di tempo, a Bertinoro, dove per molti anni ho dovuto, diciamo, gestire i corsi per dottorandi, lo faccio ancora, ma adesso lo faccio per un corso solo, allora dovevo farlo per tutti i corsi, e mi è mancato un anno il docente di dati panel. L'avevo avuto negli anni precedenti e ho ben pensato di chiamare Alessandro. Ho detto Alessandro, verresti a Bertinoro? Ho detto sì, ben volentieri. Vengo, è venuto con Eric Battistin, gli anni successivi è venuto con Luigi Benfratello, là in fondo, però diciamo il primo anno, la prima sera, Bertinoro è un piccolo paese della Romagna, qualcuno di voi c'è stato, so, piccolo paese della Romagna che ha un'ottima fama per quel che riguarda sia il cibo sia soprattutto il vino. E allora la prima sera che eravamo là, siamo semplicemente stati a cena normalmente con Alessandro e dopo cena Alessandro ha chiamato a casa per sentire Letizia, come stai, eccetera, per sentire come stava Riccardo, che allora si chiamava Chicco, poi ha cambiato nome. E dopo che si sono sentiti loro, io ho avuto la pessima idea di chiedere a Alessandro dammi il telefono che saluto anch'io Letizia, e ho avuto la ancora peggiore idea di dirle guarda non hai idea di che cena meravigliosa siamo stati a fare, quanto abbiamo bevuto, non era mica vero, però era così tanto per dire, e non l'avessi mai fatto, mi sono preso una rimbalzata al telefono da Letizia, che probabilmente urlava, che se fosse stata in presenza mi avrebbe schiaffeggiato, dicendomi di tutto e di più. All'incirca mi ha detto quello, Alessandro, è uno sciagurato, non si sa controllare a cena, è a dieta, il medico ha detto devi stare a dieta obbligatoriamente, se non è capace lui di controllarsi devi controllarmelo tu. Io ho detto io non sei matta, devi controllarmelo tu, e sei messo... Perché ho detto sì, prometto, poi dopo. Vengo l'ultima l'ha già citata Luca Fanelli stamattina, però Luca non conosce l'antefatto. Nel frattempo era nata la Società Italiana di Econometria, che organizza le scuole estive, i corsi per dottorandi, eccetera, e poi organizza ogni 2 anni una conferenza. Allora toccava, per il 2009, toccava l'Università di Ancona, l'ha già ricordato Fanelli stamattina. L'anno prima, durante i business meeting, le riunioni della società per metterci d'accordo sul da fare, l'organizzazione locale era già assegnata ad Ancona, bisognava decidere a chi toccava l'organizzazione del programma, diciamo la scelta del programma. E alla riunione a Bologna c'eravamo praticamente tutti, gli econometrici erano 4 gatti, allora adesso sono un pochettino di più, ma allora erano pochi. Eravamo praticamente tutti e abbiamo cominciato a parlare, chi lo fa, chi segue il programma, e ci guardavamo l'un l'altro con sospetto. Lo fai tu? Dici io no, non posso. Lo fai tu? No, io l'anno prossimo sono malato, no, io sarò in sabbatico, eccetera. E Alessandro non c'era, dopo un qualche secondo di silenzio c'è stato un coro e ho detto Alessandro. Non è passato molto, sono passate secondo me 2 ore, non di più, e Alessandro mi telefona molto seccato dicendo chi è che ha avuto questa pessima idea, e lì invece in tutta sincerità gli ho detto non è una pessima idea, è stata una bellissima idea, tu sei la persona giusta nel momento giusto, vedrai che, e in effetti a quanto mi risulta si è anche divertito dopo a farlo. L'anno dopo è stato eletto presidente della Società Italiana di Econometria e con questo siamo arrivati a 15 anni fa e mi fermo. Beh, grazie.
Grazie Giorgio. Anna Bottasso.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Anna Bottasso e parlerò invece della mia esperienza con Alessandro, che è stata molto prima, ancora prima della Calabria, quando lui ancora lavorava al CNR e quindi non era ancora accademico. Sono molto contenta di essere qui per ricordarlo, e in quel periodo io stavo facendo il mio ultimo anno di dottorato a Pavia e il mio supervisor, che era Marzio Galeotti, mi mandò appunto a Torino a conoscere Alessandro per fare con lui, diciamo, la parte, collaborare tutte e tre sulla parte empirica della mia tesi. Poi Alessandro alla fine del lavoro mi chiese di rimanere, se volevo rimanere ancora un po' a Torino al CNR come borsista, e quindi poi abbiamo lavorato alla fine quasi 3 anni insieme. Era giovanissimo e io poco più giovane di lui, una differenza piccola tra noi, ma lui comunque era, di fatto, io sono stata la sua, tra virgolette, la sua prima allieva in un certo senso, perché al CNR non arrivavano molti studenti in quel periodo, quindi forse sono stata proprio una delle prime. Lui per me ovviamente è stato un maestro, quello che, diciamo, la persona insieme al professor Galeotti, che mi ha insegnato a fare ricerca in modo rigoroso, con attenzione sempre alla qualità. Mi ha insegnato l'etica del lavoro con la sua dedizione instancabile, il rispetto per la verità, per la serietà, il rigore scientifico e l'onestà intellettuale. Ma soprattutto mi ha insegnato il valore del tempo. Era un concetto a cui lui teneva molto, mi diceva sempre: tu devi imparare il valore del tempo, ogni momento che dedichi allo studio e alla ricerca è un investimento per te, per il futuro. E questo poi mi è rimasto ovviamente dentro. Ma soprattutto questi insegnamenti sono arrivati, devo dire, principalmente con l'esempio, più che con le parole. E forse è meglio così, perché con le parole, diciamo, ha usato spesso più il bastone della carota, posso dire. E vi ricordo una volta che gli portai il mio primo paper, la prima draft del mio primo paper, e quando me la consegnò, con una riga sopra, mi disse: riscrivi. Quindi forse è meglio l'esempio. In realtà era severo, era molto severo in quel momento della sua vita. Poi più avanti, devo dire, non so, perché poi non abbiamo più lavorato insieme dopo, però pur essendo severo e intransigente, devo dire che è stato una guida sicura, una mente brillante, poi è sempre stato anche molto generoso, nel senso che lui ha condiviso senza riserve il suo sapere con me, e quando una cosa non la sapevamo in due si sedeva alla scrivania e la studiavamo insieme, quindi non metteva questa distanza all'epoca che poteva invece già esserci in realtà. E comunque mi ha insegnato che fare ricerca è un percorso, non è un percorso solitario, ma è un percorso collettivo che si fa insieme, va fatto di dialogo e di confronti. Un'altra cosa che mi ha insegnato era il fatto di tendere a confrontarmi sempre con chi è più bravo di te. Sempre con quelli più bravi, con quelli che fanno meglio. Mi ricordo che mi spingeva ad andare ai congressi internazionali, pur essendo proprio all'inizio della mia carriera. Mi ricordo ancora il mio debutto in un convegno internazionale, era una panel data conference, lui non era dentro l'audience mentre lui presentava il nostro lavoro, e nell'audience c'era Manuel Arellano, e quindi io ero parecchio agitato, ho detto speriamo che ci sia Alessandro che magari mi aiuta, e invece no, dovevo cavarmela da sola. Quindi devo dire comunque tutti questi stimoli e questi insegnamenti sono rimasti dentro di me, e poi i casi della vita ci hanno portato a separarci, nel senso che io poi ho avuto un'occasione di diventare ricercatrice in un'altra università, e quindi poi abbiamo smesso di lavorare insieme. Ci siamo visti poco nell'arco di questi anni, però io lo ricordo sempre con profonda gratitudine per l'eredità che ci ha lasciato, intellettuale e umana, e ringrazio moltissimo chi ha organizzato questa giornata, perché è proprio una bella cosa, e grazie a tutti e grazie Alessandro.
Grazie Anna. Lisa Lynch, prego.
I'll do my comments in English. My Italian is so-so, but I'm Lisa Lynch. I know Alessandro through my husband, Fabio Schiantarelli. I am an economist as well. I did a lot of work on productivity studies as a labor economist, looking at how work organization and technology investments impacted productivity. But very quickly, getting to know Alessandro, we realized we had a common interest in creating and giving access to researchers to individual firm data, and firm data that could be matched with other surveys. I was involved in a program at the Census Bureau in the United States, setting up independent research centers across the country to allow researchers to have access to the Census Bureau data, even though it was confidential data. And Alessandro very much informed the ways in which I thought and approached that. I also, as my husband would say, went to the dark side and went from being a professor to being a university administrator, first as a dean and then as the rector of the university. So when Alessandro was involved in these discussions for his own career in terms of becoming an academic administrator, we would spend many hours on how you switch from being the professor to being the administrator of an institution, and the challenges associated with that, and the level of diplomacy that was required. And on this subject, we had many discussions. I would not describe Alessandro's primary characteristic or great characteristic as being diplomacy. We heard a few comments about that this morning. And I think it was something that Alessandro really personally struggled with, because he had wonderful visions of what could be done in academia. He had great hope for the ways in which academia, in particular here in Italy, could be making a broad impact, not only in Italy, but more widely. He was very invested in growing and supporting the next generation of scholars, and saw that being in a senior role, be it a rector or director of a center, was a way to do that. But it was hard for him to keep all of his commenti nella bocca. So we talked about how you managed, how you found the third deliberate way, as was pointed out this morning. But the memory I wanted to share most with you is about another side of Alessandro. We've heard about his passion for being a fan in football, but Alessandro also had another sport that he had a great passion for, and that was basketball. And this was something that he and I shared. So some of you may know Alessandro played basketball. He was a power forward in his youth, and so he had a particular obsession for power forwards in U.S. basketball teams. And for me, fortunately, had a specific obsession for the Celtics based in Boston, which I as well shared. And so just like, you get a little bit demented when you're supporting your football teams here in Italy in the Curva, the same thing happens for us in the United States in basketball. And so every time that he would come and stay at the house, he would say, "Oh, Lisa, we have to go and see a basketball game." Years go by, and I got to know one of the owners of the Celtics, and I knew that Alessandro was coming, and I said, "Okay, could you get me tickets, courtside tickets?" And he said, yeah, two tickets. So Alessandro comes. He didn't know this was going to happen, and I said, "Alessandro, tonight, no work with Fabio. You and I are going to the Celtics, and we're going to watch the basketball game." And I thought I knew a lot about statistics in basketball, about the productivity of each player. But immediately, Alessandro launched into a very detailed analysis of the sector of basketball, of every team, where they were in statistics, every player on the Celtics. And that night, they were playing Miami Heat with LeBron James. And it's a little bit like the story of, which album is better. So we had this big discussion, who were the best players. But for Alessandro, LeBron James was a god. Now, for me, Alessandro was a little bit like LeBron James. He was like 2 meters high, very, very tall, had a great passion, but had a great sense of humanity. So we went to the game, and it was fantastic. Celtics won, yes. LeBron James had a great game, but the right team won. And my memory that I still have in my head to this day is walking out of the Boston Garden with Alessandro. His feet literally were not touching the ground. He was so excited and so thrilled to have seen his hero, LeBron James, to have seen his favorite team, the Celtics. And so on this Valentine's Day, when we think about those who we love, I think of Alessandro, and I think of that 2-meter-tall man who was like a little boy, completely in love with basketball and all the joy and passion that went with that.
Thank you, Lisa. Paolo Paruolo.
Io ho conosciuto Alessandro quando avevo i braghini corti, eravamo a Bagni di Lucca, Letizia era un pochino più senior di me a Promete, siamo stati mandati a questa scuola. No, volevo prendere questa occasione per dire poco. Io ho conosciuto bene Alessandro facendo il passaggio di consegne della presidenza della società di econometria, che era appena stata cambiata dal CIDE al SIDE. Io avevo fatto i 2 anni precedenti, ci siamo sovrapposti per 1 anno. Ecco, il ricordo così che ho nel cuore è quello di di condividere con lui questa passione per le cose giuste, e cioè che le opinioni ci sono, non sempre sono le stesse. Per esempio, dopo tanto Toro, io non sono del Toro, però ci si può parlare. Come dire, non c'era un problema a discutere, e c'era sempre un atteggiamento costruttivo per cercare la cosa giusta, non tanto per un tornaconto personale, ma per portare avanti la società. Di questo gli sono riconoscente e penso che insomma, anche adesso ci pensi. Ecco. Grazie.
Grazie. Alessandra Venturini.
Allora, saluto tutti. Io non ho né studiato né scritto, non ho fatto niente con Alessandro perché vivevo in altre città, non ho studiato a Torino, così. Avevo per di più 2 colpe. La prima penso che lui non lo sapesse, tifavo Juventus, ma con molta leggerezza, non so come sia la scalzifica, non me ne occupo. La seconda, io ho fatto scienze politiche. a Firenze, che è la più grande scuola di scienza della politica, quando l'ho fatta io, che sono molto vecchia. Ora Bologna ha superato Firenze, così. Però scienze politiche per me era troppo difficile. Capire il concetto di democrazia era un concetto troppo complesso. Io venivo dalla Spezia, sono una persona che non ha avuto queste grandi... E quindi a un certo punto sono andata a economia a dare matematica, statistica l'avevo già data a scienze politiche, ma matematica, economia, perché almeno lì mi sentivo a mio agio. Mi sono quindi laureata in scienze politiche, apprezzando molto il lavoro dei politologi di Firenze, che volevano a tutti i costi che stessi con loro, ma io non ce la facevo, era troppo complicato per me. E questa cosa ha segnato la mia vita successiva. Ho fatto il dottorato all'Università Europea, sono andata a insegnare in giro, in America, così, ho fatto tante cose. Però io resto sempre una persona che trova che gli economisti facciano un lavoro molto importante, fondamentale, perché lo fanno coi numeri, ma che ci siano certe cose che non ci sono nei modelli degli economisti. E che non ci sono e che loro non sanno metterli nel mondo. Ci sforziamo di migliorare, di cambiare le tecniche, ma ci sono altre discipline che sanno rispondere a queste cose. Questo per Alessandro era una colpa impossibile. Io non potevo parlare dei politologi, cioè i miei migliori amici, quelli a cui io chiedo di spiegarmi, sono dei politologi, dei sociologi che hanno delle visioni del mondo, secondo me, meno dettagliate degli economisti, con meno numeri, ma molto più complesse. E quindi l'amicizia con Alessandro, abbiamo festeggiato insieme a casa mia quando siamo diventati tutti associati, così. Io ero appena arrivata a Torino da pochissimo, però non era un'amicizia, come dire, professionale, scientifica, non mi veniva mai a chiedere delle cose scientifiche, così. Un giorno mi telefona alle 7 di sera, mai telefonato nemmeno per sogno alla vita. Io rispondo al telefono e mi dice: senti Ale, volevo chiederti se volevi, ti chiederei il favore di parlare con mio figlio, perché mio figlio è in dubbio se fare medicina o scienze politiche. Io ho detto volentieri, qua in qualsiasi momento gli parlo, cosa vuoi, ma vuoi mica che lo faccia parlare con un mio carissimo amico che è un politologo straordinario, che è soprattutto una persona di... No, basti tu, mi ha detto. Basti tu. E questo mi ha fatto sentire che forse Alessandro mi stimava come persona, mentre, come dire, come economista non mi ha mai chiesto niente in tutta la vita, mentre io ho scritto tante cose, ho fatto tante cose, sono andata tanto in giro, così. Poi suo figlio ha fatto medicina, non certo perché ha chiacchierato con me, perché aveva deciso così, perché non ero sicuramente in grado.
Grazie Alessandra. Pietro Terna. Io già ero contento di non essere l'ultimo, perché c'era Alessandra, ma poi lui si è sbagliato e così Terna mi ritrovo di nuovo a essere l'ultimo, come quasi sempre mi succedeva. Adesso l'importante è non emozionarsi troppo. Parlo al presente. Alessandro per me è uno studente della mia classe, è un collega, è un maestro. Tutte queste tre cose è difficile pensarle insieme, ma lo è, perché poi sul mestiere dell'economista spesso andavo da lui per discutere, sentire, e quando è venuto da noi io ricordo il momento del cambiamento di gruppo disciplinare. Credo che sia stato Onorato Castellino averlo voluto, il cambiamento. E ho ricostruito probabilmente proprio lui, perché volevamo avere un econometrico nel nostro mondo e lo conoscevamo, e quindi fu un grande successo. Quando è venuto ci ha portato prospettive nuove all'interno del nostro gruppo, perché credo che come fondamenti dell'economia fossimo abbastanza attrezzati con tanti colleghi molto bravi, però serviva quel passo innovativo. Io facevo conti, ma non econometria. Ogni tanto litigavo con voi, con te Carluccio, se questi ricordi, perché ero un po' un eccentrico. Invece lui era un rigoroso costruttore di modelli econometrici. E così ho imparato a dialogare non più con uno studente o con un collega, ma con un maestro, scoprire che era molto tranquillo nelle sue determinazioni scientifiche, ma anche molto severo. Severo con gli studenti, ma severo anche con i colleghi. E quindi ogni tanto era un po' intimidente andare nella sua stanza e dirgli: senti, io ho fatto questo, ma... Comunque è stato bellissimo poterlo fare. Con questo ci tengo a dire che poi, al di fuori del lavoro strettamente scientifico, la sua capacità di dedicarsi alla soluzione dei problemi è stata fondamentale per questo, non per questo palazzo, per questa istituzione, per questa fondazione. Nel 2014 siamo arrivati insieme ad occuparcene e chi c'era ricorda che era un momento molto molto difficile. E facemmo quello che si chiamò pomposamente piano industriale, ridendo un pochino tra noi del nome piano industriale. Ma che cos'era? Era un vero progetto. E abbiamo anche litigato tanto all'interno con Giorgio, che l'ha un po' ricordato stamattina, io lo confermo, ma alla fine la soluzione fu trovata. Anche quella della doppia governance, con un responsabile della parte amministrativa e un responsabile che adesso molto opportunamente si chiama Dean. Allora è stato giochi semantici, perché non lo volevano tanti. E così abbiamo, credo, rilanciato un sistema che rischiava di fermarsi. Poi c'è un altro momento difficile in quegli anni, perché si decise di aprire a nuove chiamate che non erano volute dal finanziatore principale, che non voleva posizioni stabili. E invece riuscimmo a farle. E si chiamò, al di fuori dell'ambito stretto della disciplina, una persona che ha aiutato molto la crescita del collegio, meglio ancora che non c'è qui, così lo cito senza imbarazzare nessuno, che è Diego Gambetta, che arrivava dal mondo del... Oh, ciao Diego! Non vedo più tanto bene da lontano, e quindi... Ciao Diego! Pensare che volevo parlarne male, mamma mia! Che ci ha aiutato a crescere enormemente. E la decisione in un comitato che faceva un po' di fatica a decidere fu data da Alessandro, che disse: facciamo così, punto. E allora si partì e si fece molto bene. Si impegnava anche in cose apparentemente minime. Se guardate queste decorazioni un po' strane che ci sono in giro per il palazzo, tutte colorate, le aveva scelte lui e le difendeva con chi aveva qualche perplessità. Provate a chiedere alla signora Daniela della reception, vi racconterà un episodio interessante sulle decorazioni e la determinazione di Alessandro nel difenderle. Chiedetelo. E poi ha dedicato tantissimo all'università, fino al momento in cui decise di impegnarsi al massimo con una dedizione straordinaria nella campagna per il rettore. E il fatto che perse per così pochi voti fu una vera sciagura per l'Ateneo, sciagura, non esagero, e per la sua vita anche, perché la prese troppo seriamente. Le sconfitte bisogna anche buttarle via, ma lui non era capace a buttar via niente, era troppo dedicato alle cose che faceva, aveva troppa passione nelle cose che faceva. E questo è quello che vorrei che tutti noi ci portassimo dietro. Avere lo stesso impegno, la stessa cura, anche la stessa compassione con cui sapeva dedicarsi ai problemi delle persone.
Era in programma Prego. Sì, devo prima leggere un intervento di Federico Faccenda, che ha mandato una lettera, non può venire. I molti ricordi che ho di Alessandro sono legati soprattutto alle vacanze in Sardegna e alle domeniche in curva primavera, a gioire raramente, a soffrire quasi sempre per il Toro. Gli sarò sempre grato per avermi aiutato a individuare il mio percorso accademico. E grazie a lui se ho scelto di studiare finanza a Torino e di frequentare il Collegio Carlo Alberto. Se oggi lavoro nel settore che desideravo, in private banking a Ginevra, è senz'altro un po' anche merito suo. Per me rimane un grande rammarico non aver fatto in tempo ad averlo come professore, avrei iniziato il suo corso proprio a settembre del 2023. Anche se non ho avuto la possibilità di seguirlo in aula, il suo impatto sul mio percorso resterà sempre molto importante. Questo... chiunque voglia intervenire, abbiamo ancora qualche minuto, sicuramente Paolo, vedo anche Tiziano, non so, Luigi, Giovanni, direi che possiamo sforare qualche minuto sulla sessione successiva. Prego.
Allora, dunque, rapidamente, il contributo di Alessandro per quello che riguarda la crescita del collegio è già stato discusso stamattina da Giorgio e adesso anche da Pietro, quindi non lo ricordo. Io, ho conosciuto Alessandro quando sono arrivato a Torino, siamo stati colleghi per tanti anni, siamo stati vicini di ufficio per 6 anni, per i 6 anni in cui sono stato direttore del dipartimento ESOMAS, quello che si chiama ESOMAS, Scienze Economiche, Sociali, eccetera, eccetera. E la cosa che vorrei dire è abbastanza chiara alle persone del Dipartimento, però vorrei che fosse ben chiaro a tutti, è che nei 6 anni in cui sono stato direttore del Dipartimento sono stati 6 anni importanti per il Dipartimento, in cui il Dipartimento è cresciuto molto, ha preso nettamente una strada di internazionalizzazione, grazie ovviamente alla collaborazione con il Collegio, però devo dire, è importante dire che in tutto questo il contributo di Alessandro è stato fondamentale. Non era solo il mio vicino d'ufficio, è stato di fatto una specie di direttore ombra, è stato il sounding board rispetto al quale io mi sono sempre confrontato, è stato molto importante per molte delle decisioni che abbiamo preso come Dipartimento e quindi vorrei veramente che fosse chiaro a tutti che il Dipartimento ESOMAS, che poi sta venendo brillantemente portato avanti da Francesco De Vicenti che mi ha succeduto, però che il Dipartimento ESOMAS è cresciuto tantissimo anche grazie a un supporto fondamentale e all'aiuto fondamentale che Alessandro mi ha dato e ha dato a tutti noi. Quindi grazie.
Giovanni, Luigi, Tiziano, chi vuole... Giovanni Fraquelli.
Confesso che non avevo programmato questo intervento, però c'è un aspetto della mente di Alessandro che invidiavo e che penso sia uno dei presupposti del suo successo. Noi sappiamo che è nota la sua capacità di ricerca e la sua capacità di gestire l'ambito della ricerca, ma io ho lavorato a lungo con lui, anni con lui nella didattica, abbiamo preparato il materiale, abbiamo condiviso anche giornate di formazione sotto il profilo manageriale e la cosa che invidiavo era la sua lucidità mentale. Mi spiego, almeno quando viene enunciato un problema, almeno succede a me, ma penso a molti, di avere un insieme che si presenta come un puzzle che poi dobbiamo dipanare. E invece nel suo caso, e in numerosissime occasioni, coglievo la sua capacità immediata di passare dall'A alla Z con un percorso logico meraviglioso, e questo lo invidiavo profondamente. La seconda componente importante è che lui sapeva trasferire dalla ricerca la complessità della ricerca, riusciva poi a tradurla in una semplicità di schematizzazione del lato didattico, e quindi lui semplificava il problema, un problema rilevante sotto il profilo teorico, lo semplificava e lo rendeva utile per gli studenti. Questa era un'altra componente che mi colpiva e che veramente abbiamo condiviso. Poi c'è un aspetto che lui sapeva ma che non condividiamo, è la mia fede juventina.
Luigi? Tiziano Razzolini.
Io prima con Marina si parlava del modo con cui ci rimproverava e dicevo che fondamentalmente il modo con cui colpiva di più secondo me era l'ironia, e vorrei ricordare sia l'ironia e l'autoironia soprattutto per un evento che riguarda l'amore di Alessandro per lo sport, ma questa volta in qualità di giocatore, che fu una partita alla fine del primo anno del Master in Economics tra studenti e insegnanti e staff del Collegio Carlo Alberto, in cui Alessandro giocava in porta. Fu una partita fantoziana con morti e infortunati nel corpo docenti, però l'unico che si fece male da solo fu Alessandro, in un ultimo tuffo da portiere degno di Sylvester Stallone in Fuga per la vittoria, con un atterraggio drammatico. E quello che mi ricordo fu nel commento post partita, nei mesi successivi, oltre ai vari modi in cui ci dava degli assassini e dei macellai, e anche il modo, la stessa fantasia con cui malediceva se stesso per aver partecipato ed essersi lanciato. Penso sia stata l'ultima partita di Alessandro come giocatore, non so se potete confermare.
Luigi no? Qualcun altro vuole intervenire? No, allora possiamo chiudere questa sessione. Diciamo che la celebrazione di Alessandro non finisce qui, perché abbiamo almeno altri 2 eventi. Uno è un po' più interno al Dipartimento ESOMAS. Abbiamo già intitolato un data lab per Alessandro al 5º piano. Adesso indicheremo di fronte all'Aula Castellino il laboratorio informatico Alessandro Sembenelli. La data la dobbiamo ancora decidere, sarà verso aprile. Il secondo invece è più internazionale, ci sarà l'International Applied Econometric Society, la riunione annuale con 400-500 delegati. All'interno del convegno, il 25 e il 27 giugno, ci sarà una sessione in onore di Alessandro Sembenelli. Vi faremo girare poi tutti e 2 gli eventi. Grazie. Letizia.
Io vorrei ringraziarvi tutti dal profondo del cuore, anche a nome di nostro figlio Riccardo e della zia Margherita, per questa bellissima giornata a ricordo di Alessandro. Quello che ci ha colpito e che voglio condividere con voi è stato non soltanto la stima professionale che davamo per scontata, è stato questo affetto che abbiamo sentito intorno a lui. Questo affetto, questo bene che tutto sommato, al di là delle sue asperità, della sua durezza, del suo essere molte volte molto duro, molte volte anche cinico, però sempre estremamente lucido, estremamente corretto. Il quadro che è venuto fuori oggi di lui è stato un quadro bellissimo. E per me è come se fosse stato di nuovo vivo. Quindi grazie a tutti e grazie soprattutto a Giovanna, Marina e a Giorgio per aver organizzato e per aver ospitato questo bellissimo evento. Grazie.
That's this afternoon session. We have 2 papers. So the first one is by Luigi Boccola, and the title is Bond Market View of the Fed. Now we put it on. Yeah, please.
Okay, so thanks. I wanted to thank the organizers, Giovanna and others of this beautiful conference. I'm very happy here to be honoring the life and work of Alessandro. So I just want to say a few words about how I got to know Alessandro and how, Alessandro and some other in this room, like Vittorio and Giuseppe, had such a profound impact on my life, on my professional life. And so for that, I need to go back a little bit. Like, this was the spring of 2005. I just graduated from the University of Torino in Scienze Diplomatiche. And like any fresh undergraduate, I was a bit unsure about what to do next. So long story short, I decided to change course and become an economist. And so I spoke to Vittorio and Vittorio Valli and Giuseppe Bertola, which were on Mars at that point, about how to do that. And so they said, well, we have a great program, the Dottorato in Scienze Economiche, and so I sort of studied the summer to take the test, and I was basically going to start the master in economics the year after in Corimbe at the Collegio Alberto. Now, saying that I was unprepared for this is an understatement. So I was 23 I did classical Lyceum in Italy, so I never saw a derivative or an integral. I did political science, so at that point, basically, I had zero math background. And so if I go back and I replay it, and I replay 100 times, I think 99 times, I'm not gonna become an economist. So it's very unlikely that at that point I would be able to actually switch. And I was extremely lucky that the first semester in Coripe, I had Alessandro teaching econometrics and Fabio teaching macro. So like the level of clarity, of exposition, linearity of thoughts of these two was unparalleled. Like, you know, again, as I said, I can play it many times in my head. There is one way in which I could become an economist, and that was thanks to Alessandro and Fabio teaching me the basis of econometrics and macro. And later on over time, I became a macroeconomist, and I got to know Alessandro also as an advisor. And you know, I'm so glad that that I got to meet him, and that had such a profound impact on me. So having said that, I want to present this work. So this is joint work actually with another student of the University of Torino, Alessandro Dovis, Kasper Jorgensen and Rishabh Kirpalani, and is about bond market views of the Fed. So let me tell you a little bit how I started to think about this paper. So this goes back to the pandemic. So following the pandemic, we've seen this large increase in inflation in many countries around the world. Now with insight, this is not very surprising given the type of shocks that the US economy and other countries at the time were experiencing. So supply chain disruption, expansionary fiscal policy, energy, increases in energy prices, all things that should increase inflation. Now, alongside those shocks, many observers also emphasize the more dovish attitude of central banks around the world. And in particular, when we look at the Federal Reserve, this was true both in terms of the actions that they were taking at the time and the words that they were using. So in particular, throughout 2021, despite the fact that inflation was picking up to levels that we were not seeing in the 70s, interest rates were kept at zero. This was true up to March of 2023. And in the case of the Federal Reserve, this policy actually coincided with an actual change in the monetary policy framework that was the adoption of the federal flexible average inflation targeting that took place in August 2020. So this was basically a new framework under which the Fed essentially could tolerate overshooting of inflation above 2%, so that on average we would be at 2%. So the 2% was not anymore a target on a period-by-period basis, was more sort of a medium-run target. Now this leads us to two questions. Like, first of all, did the private sector change their view about how the Federal Reserve conduct policy on a systematic manner? Like, did the private sector basically change their view of the policy rule of the Fed during this period? And to what extent a change of this sort can actually contribute to the inflation dynamics that we have seen, okay? And in order to answer these two questions, I'm gonna have two steps. In the first step, we are basically gonna do something new, which is we're gonna try to use bond market data to basically measure what the market thought at the time the Fed was gonna do going forward, okay? So in particular, we're gonna try to see whether there was a shift in the way that the market perceived the policy rule of the Fed. And in the second part of the paper, I'm going to combine this evidence with a benchmark New Keynesian model to get a back-on-the-envelope calculation. Like, given the type of shifts in the policy rule that we identify, can we basically say something about the role of monetary policy during this episode in amplifying the inflation problem? So before going into the details on how I do that, let me give you the two main results, and I'm going to use two graphs. So this is going to be the empirical result. So on the y-axis, I have expected future nominal interest rate that are implied by nominal bonds in the US. On the x-axis, I have expected future inflation that are implied by nominal and inflation-protected bonds for the United States. Now, each dot here is a trading day. The blue dots are essentially day before the adoption of the flexible average inflation targeting. And the red dots are the periods between August 2020 and the liftoff. So just the periods where basically the Fed was keeping interest rate at zero. So essentially what you see here is that financial market data lie on things that look like a Taylor rule. So when the market thinks that future inflation is going to go up, they also think that future nominal interest rate would go up. And normally, they think that they would go up 1.5 or 2 for 1. So that would be the historical relation that we see before COVID. During COVID, we basically see a flattening of this relation. So essentially, we see something that is consistent with a less responsive policy rule by the Federal Reserve. So that's going to be purely empirical. In the second part of the paper, I'm going to combine this measurement with the New Keynesian model, and I'm going to try to ask a counterfactual question: what would have happened to inflation in the US if we didn't see this change in the slope of the Taylor rule? And the answer is going to be that we would have seen a much lower level of inflation. So essentially, the New Keynesian model is going to tell you that this type of changes in the policy rule are going to be very consequential for the dynamics of the inflation that we've seen. And I'm going to try to explain why that's the case. So what I'm going to do now is I'm basically going to try to expand on these two results. So I'm going to start with the empirical one, and then I'm going to go with the counterfactual analysis using the New Keynesian model. Okay, so what is going to be the idea in the nutshell? So suppose that the private sector thinks that monetary authority follows a very simple Taylor rule. So what is going to be a Taylor rule? Well, basically, on the left-hand side, we have the nominal interest rate. And on the other side, we have a deviation of inflation from a target. Okay? So essentially, the typical Taylor rule that you would see in, in many macroeconomic models says that whenever inflation goes up for some shocks that are moving the economy, the Fed would increase nominal interest rate in order to keep inflation at target. And this coefficient psi pi measures the strength of the response of the monetary authority. So if psi is big, then that means that the sort of Federal Reserve is hawkish or wants to keep inflation close to target. There are also these epsilon, which in the literature they call monetary shocks. So what are these monetary shocks? Essentially, they are transitory deviation from the rule. So sometimes, a particular chairman may be a little bit more dovish, or there are some periods of time in which we may not raise nominal interest rate as fast because of some other reason. Those are essentially capturing this epsilon. So what we want to do in this paper, we want to try to test for changes in this psi, which capture the strength of the policy response to inflation. And moreover, we also want to think about what is the duration of this change, because this is going to be a forward-looking model. Any macroeconomic model is going to be forward-looking. So it doesn't really matter just what policy is doing today, but also how persistent is any deviation from the rule gonna be. That's gonna be important for the overall effect of the policy. Now, what is the issue that we face when we try to test for a change or in this coefficient here? Well, in this particular circumstance, we have very few years of data. Like, we are really thinking about August 2020 to March 2022. And all of this period is a period in which actually nominal interest rates were at the zero lower bound. So by construction, they are not really responsive about policy. Okay? So rather than using realized data, which is what we have observed, what we're going to do is we're going to try to use expectation data. So what do I mean by that? Well, basically, if this relation is true, you can forward it in time, say, 2 or 3 years from now, and you can take expectation of both sides of that relationship. It's a linear relationship, so is going to be linear in expectation. And so in principle, we could use expectation data to test the same thing. So basically to test whether there was an actual shift in the sensitivity of future nominal interest rate to future inflation. So why do the expectation data are going to help in this context? Well, from the bond market, we can actually obtain daily signals about future nominal interest rate and expected future nominal interest rate and expected future inflation. And so we're going to have very high frequency data on this object, like daily, even minute by minute data on this object. And relative to using actual realization, why is this going to be useful? Well, we're going to have more information about the stance of policy because typically market expect the zero lower bound to last few years, but over time they expect the economy to go away from the zero lower bound. And so expected future nominal interest rate are going to respond to changes in expected future inflation, even if today we are at the zero lower bound. So this is basically going to solve one of the issues that we encounter with realized data. The other is that we can actually vary K using the term structure of interest rate and get a sense about the persistence of any policy change. So we're going to basically look at how nominal interest rate 3, 4, 5, or 10 years ahead change when you have changes in expected inflation, and that's going to tell us something about how long the market expected the Fed to be more dovish. So we're going to try to exploit the term structure. So here is essentially what we're going to do. So we are basically going to have this equation in level. We are going to first difference it. And so think about this as the daily forecast updates. So every day we get a forecast update about inflation, like say there is a CPI report. So financial markets are going to update their forecast about future inflation. They are going to update their forecast about future nominal interest rate. And basically the Taylor rule should tell you that those should lie on a line. Okay? So we're going to have this daily forecast. And here, we're going to assume that forecast revision of future policy shock, like the transitory part of the Taylor rule, are going to be small. And this is not going to be kind of a crazy assumption to make, because in any given day, in a typical day, we don't really get the news about future monetary policy. Like, we get this news typically when the chairman makes a speech or the Federal Open Market Committee meets and decide on a future interest rate. But on a typical day, say during a CPI report day, we're going to essentially assume that the relationship between the forecast update on nominal interest rate and the forecast update on future inflation are going to be informative about the systematic component of policy rather than a transitory deviation from it. So that's going to be essentially the identifying assumption that we're going to do. As I said, we're going to use yields on nominal and inflation-protected bonds to compute risk-neutral forecast revision of this future nominal interest rate and inflation over the life of the bond. And then we are going to test for the stability of the slope of this relationship. And this is what I'm going to show you next. Okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plot the estimate of this slope coefficient over time. And we're going to have 24 years of data, because roughly this is the time when TIPS were introduced in the US. So this is the graph. So this is the slope that, before you saw in level.
How do you deal with the reverse causality that you can have?
So in alpha, we can talk about that, but there is an entire part in, let me actually, try to delay it for a second, okay? So here, what I'm plotting is the slope coefficient estimated over subsamples that go from 2000 to 2022. So this is the coefficient psi. And essentially what you can see here is a remarkable stability in the slope of this relationship. So somehow when we use financial market data, and this is kind of surprising, but when we use financial market data, we basically obtain an estimate of the slope of the Taylor rule that is very stable and actually close to what Taylor himself estimated using realized data back in the 90s. So that's kind of remarkable when we saw that. And it's as remarkable the drop that we see during COVID. So this is kind of a big drop, unusual drop in this coefficient during the 2020-2022 period. So this is when we use 10 years bond. So think about this as on average over the next 10 years, like using expectation over the next 10 years, what is the implied slope of this relationship. And as I said, the nice thing about this data is that you can actually break by maturity. So when we look at the 0 to 10 years, we can then partition, okay, short run 0 to 2, medium run 3 to 5, and then long run 6 to 10. And essentially, when we do that analysis, since how long do I have?
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So since I don't have a lot of time, let me actually summarize the result here. Here, basically, I'm plotting not just I'm not plotting anymore the level. I'm plotting the difference between the difference between the slope before COVID and after COVID. So think about the distance between the two. So the baseline result when we use the 10-year bond is minus 0.5. And when we look at the term structure, it's mostly concentrated in the medium term. So essentially, when we look at the 10-year bond, market didn't expect much differences before and after COVID. So essentially, they were thinking that the Fed, on average, in the long run, would be responding to inflation as they did before. But for roughly 5 years, they were expecting the Fed to be way more dovish than they used to be in the past. So they would basically let inflation go for a bit and not respond to it. So that's basically going to be the main empirical result of the paper. Now, as there were some questions about, okay, this works if the Taylor rule is specified well. Like, what if instead you have other things in the Taylor rule that you're not controlling for? So, for example, the output gap. So that generates an endogeneity bias. And in the paper, we have ways to try to control for the presence of the output gap. The problem is, like, the financial market data are great because you have this very high frequency data on expected inflation and expected nominal interest rate, but you don't observe other things at that frequency. So you don't observe output or other things that the Fed may be responding to. And in the paper, we do something to control for these other things. And I don't have a lot of time to talk about this sensitivity analysis. There are also issues about the actual measurement, like under certain assumption, financial market data reveals expectation. There are, and these are typically when the expectation hypothesis holds. What if the expectation hypothesis doesn't hold? So we do have some way of actually taking out the risk premium on treasuries and tips and redo the analysis using this clean measure of expectation. And we do find results that are robust. So we do have a robustness section. At the end of the day, somehow the financial market data is consistent with both the action of the Fed and what they were predicated. So the flexible average inflation target, it can be thought as in the medium term, we're going to be a bit less responsive to inflation. Okay. So now let me, in the last few minutes, let me actually tell you how we can now take these numbers and try to go at the question of how much this change contributed to the inflation dynamics. And to do that, we're going to need to have a structural model. We're going to need to have a model that basically maps policy into outcomes. And now we could have done many different things. We decided to go with the simplest, which is basically, let's take the Gali textbook three-equation New Keynesian model, which is the backbone of more sophisticated New Keynesian models that people use at central banks. And let's try to do the calculation there and see what we learn, okay? So here is a slide that is supposed to give you the basic information about this model. Now, if you know it, it's called three equation because there are three equations. So there is an Euler equation that basically decide how consumption is chosen intertemporally. there is a Phillips curve, which decides the dynamic of inflation, and then there is a Taylor rule, which decides the dynamics of policy, or how nominal rates adjust. And there are three variables in this model: output, inflation, and nominal interest rate. And as I said, we're going to take the standard model. The only difference that we're going to have is that we're going to have a slightly more sophisticated Taylor rule that can account for the type of change that I've documented before. So the standard Taylor rule, you would basically just respond to deviation of inflation from a target, pi star, and output from the natural level. And those would be the kind of the coefficient of that response. What we're going to do essentially is we're going to allow the Taylor rule to fluctuate between two regimes. One that we call Hawk, which you should think about as the pre-2020 regime. And the second, which we call a dovish regime, is essentially going to be this mimicking this flexible average inflation targeting that the Fed committed to in 2020. So what was the flexible average inflation targeting? Basically, the idea is that you don't respond anymore to current inflation, you respond to a backward-looking average. So that essentially what happens is, like, if you respond to a backward-looking average, what you are trying to mimic is a slower response, okay? And so this is basically what this second regime is standing for. Like, you don't respond anymore to deviation of pi, or deviation of inflation from the target pi star. You respond to deviation of this backward-looking average pi upper bound. But aside from this, the model is essentially the same as the one in Galli's textbook. So we estimate the model using Bayesian methods. So these are things that I learned when I went to Penn. Is the contribution of Penn to one of the contributions of Penn to my research. And I'm not gonna go into details on how we got these numbers. It's very standard. So you take the model, you try to fit inflation, nominal interest rate, and output, and you get estimates of the structural parameters, which are mostly in line with what other researchers have pointed out. The only difference is that now we need to estimate also the parameters of this regime, which was not present before 2020. And so what we do to estimate the parameters of the flexible average inflation targeting regime is we actually target this regression coefficient that I showed you before. So we replicate in the model the kind of the regression of expected future inflation on expected nominal interest rate in the two regime, and we try to match the differential sensitivity that we find in the data. But once we have an estimated model, once we have a hammer, everything is a nail. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to try to learn through the lens of the model what were the type of shocks that generated the inflation and output dynamics that we've seen in the US during the recovery from the pandemic. So essentially, we're going to ask the model to fit the dynamics of output in the US, inflation and nominal interest rate, and the model is basically going to tell you you're going to need some markup shock, like supply shocks to the Phillips curve, which you can think about as a reduced form for supply chain disruption or increases in energy prices, like they're basically going to show up as a shock to the Phillips curve. You're going to need a sequence of positive demand shocks in this model, which are discount factor shocks. And then the model tells you that you need a shift to the flexible average inflation targeting regime. The reason being that at some point, inflation in the US was 9% and nominal interest rate were basically 0. So the only way that you can get that is if you are not responding anymore to inflation. You're responding to something that is determined in the past. Therefore, you don't respond as much. But once we have done this event study, we can basically ask the question, okay, suppose we didn't have. So suppose that the dynamics of the shocks were the same, but we didn't have this shift to the flexible average inflation targeting regime. We stayed with the old rule. What would have happened to output inflation and nominal interest rate? So we can basically make that counterfactual. And basically the model is going to tell you that shift was actually super powerful. So in particular, we're going to see a much sharper recession in the US and a much smaller increase in inflation relative to the one that we have seen. 5 minutes, okay. So I can actually now explain why we get that. So the neo-Keynesian model, once you fit what we saw in financial market, gives you gigantic effects. So the next thing that we did is basically trying to understand why. So what is about this change in the policy rule that makes, why is that the case that the model is so sensitive to these changes in the policy rule? And this is actually not crazy to understand once you look at the actual equation in the model. So as I said, there are 3 equations. One is the Taylor rule. The other is the Phillips curve, which is this one. So inflation depends on the output gap and expected future inflation. And then the output gap depends on the real rate and the expected future output gap. So we can think about solving this equation forward. We basically have that inflation is the present discounted value of all future output gaps and, shock to the Phillips curve. Output is the undiscounted present value of all future real rates in the economy plus some shock, some discount factor shock. And now when we think about the effect of policy in this context, like all these parameters in the model, those are policy invariant, like the slope of the Phillips curve, the inverse of the intertemporal elasticity of substitution. Those are all parameters in this model that are invariant to policy. So the only thing that policy is doing, like if you have a change in the policy rule, it's all affecting output and inflation through their effect on the real rate, okay? And in particular, if we think about the difference between inflation in the dovish regime and the hawkish regime, what is going to come to is basically going to come to this present discounting, this present value term of all future interest rate differences between the 2 policy regimes. So now when we think about this number, there are 2 reasons why it could be big. One is if the policy is affecting real rate for a long time. Like, because this is a forward-looking model, if policy is affecting real rates for a long time, then you're basically gonna get a big effect on inflation. And the other is if the sensitivity of inflation to these changes in real rate is large. Okay, so these are basically gonna be the 2 reasons why we can get big numbers. And when we actually sort of study that within the context of the model, is mostly coming from the second. So if we actually look at the difference in real rate between what we fit into the model and the counterfactual in which the Fed would have chosen a different policy rule, like the usual policy rule, you basically see that the effect would die out 3 years from now, which is sort of consistent with this finding that I showed you before, that in the long run, markets essentially didn't expect the Fed to change their behavior. So in the model, this lasts for just 10 quarters. So the reason why you get this big effect on inflation is actually due to something that people in the literature call this forward guidance puzzle, which is the extreme sensitivity of output gap to changes in real interest rate. And so this is what needs to be blamed if you don't believe these big numbers for our findings. So let me just conclude here. So what we have proposed is a test for perceived shifts in the monetary policy rule using bond market data. So that's the new part of the paper. We have found some evidence of a reduction in the sensitivity of nominal interest rate to inflation during the pandemic, which can be plausibly interpreted as a shift in the policy rule. So we are aware that there are other interpretations, but we think that this is actually consistent with what was going on and what, if you read newspaper, we're actually talking at the time. And when you actually couple these type of shifts with an off-the-shelf neo-Keynesian model, they have quantitatively big implications for the dynamics of inflation during this episode.
Yeah. Thank you. So we have time for a couple of questions, I guess.
So very interesting paper. So basically you're saying that Biden was not responsible
necessarily alone for determining inflation rate, but also the behavior of the Fed.
Yeah, so it's an interaction. So, yeah.
The two things matter. I was wondering whether adding also fiscal shocks to the model may give you a fuller picture.
So I actually have another paper where we demonstrate that if you start with an economy that has heterogeneous agents and fiscal transfers between the two, that is equivalent to a representative agent economy with changes in the discount factor, in the beta. So I say, in other words, this thing that I call here discount factor shock can be microfounded in a fuller model with changes in fiscal policy. And so the model does need demand shock to be positive. So the model, even though I'm not feeding data with fiscal policy, the model tells me you need to have an expansion in demand in order to feed the data. And so that's going to be actually part of the story why inflation is rising. But as I was saying, it's an interaction. Like if the Fed would have kept policy like they were doing historically, we would have basically seen interest rate going up early on and the entire yield curve not really flattening throughout this period, and then it would have modified, investment decision. And, yeah.
Yes?
I'm wondering whether you have looked into uncertainty, volatilities, etc., because you could see the implied volatilities, etc. And that, if I think of what determines the change from one to the other in terms of, well, first of all, how are these?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I think some what I would have expected is that they wanted to keep track of volatilities, not only the levels that you showed us.
Mm-hmm.
So counterfactual volatility.
So you're right. Like if I take this model and I switch from the hawk to the dove, what happened is like not only expectation change, but also volatilities change. So in particular, inflation becomes more volatile, and in fact, there are measures not only of expectation of future inflation, there are also measures of dispersion that you can get from option data. So we actually have looked at that, and during this period, you do see an increase in the, when you look at the option on tips, you do see an increase in the implied dispersion of inflation, which is also consistent with, a policy rule becoming less responsive to inflation. So both are going to be consistent, both the level, the expectation that we have looked at, and also the dynamics of the dispersion is going to be consistent with this story.
Yeah, but what I suspected is that you also might have that the shift in the policy rule drives a much lower volatility of output later on.
Yeah, so for that I don't have the data. Yeah. So output, as you say, when you respond less to inflation, what is going to happen is you are basically gonna, and you do see this a bit in this guy. So you are basically going to have a bigger recession at the expense of with the gain of a lower inflation rate. So output become less volatile. No, you don't see that here. Like you basically think about that. So here there is a shock. If I had a more responsive monetary authority, output would have actually fall 1 percentage point more. So that's how, yeah.
Maybe a final question.
So just sort of building on that, I mean, the Fed is different than a lot of central banks in Europe, as you know, because in the world, because it has a dual mandate for both, inflation and employment. So this regime shift wasn't just some random event that came of the Federal Reserve. It was done in the context. I mean, you should also show what happened to the unemployment rate.
Yeah. So here, output output is a measure of here.
But when
yeah.
you look, for example, you compare the Great Recession versus what happened then. You had an unemployment rate that hit 25%, over 20%. And so, I mean, the fact that the policy regime, you know, just those two mandates that they were balanced. And it would be interesting to do kind of, to see, for example, looking back, how that hawkish policy back during the Great Recession actually resulted in higher unemployment than if they had pursued different policy regimes.
Yeah. Like here in the paper, we don't do anything about welfare. Like we don't say that this was wrong. Or right, we say kind of we are in the game of thinking, okay, there was a policy shift, what was the impact? So more policy, kind of a positive evaluation of the policy.
So let's thank Luigi again.
Thanks. Thank you.
And we move on to Marina Di Giacomo. The paper is going to be called Leverage of Entry and the Growth of Newly Incorporated Companies.
Thank you, Giovanna, for inviting me here to be here. So I met Alessandro as a PhD student. He was my supervisor. And I wish also to remember Mario, because when I made my defense, Mario Pagliero actually was as well having his defense, because he had 2 PhDs. So he has a PhD here from Torino as well from Barcelona. So I am happy to remind both of them, Alessandro and Mario, who were very important for me. And this is the last, my last work with Alessandro and Marco. We had a long-lasting co-authorship, and this is our last paper. So you're going to find many of the interests of Alessandro and many of the ideas and the data Alessandro worked on during most of his life. So motivation. So we look at entrepreneurial firms, we look at startups, they can also be called like that, so very young companies, because the idea is that most economies grow thanks to productivity increase, and one way productivity can increase is through the breakthrough of new firms that somehow can displace incumbents, but can also add innovation to incumbents. And the second motivation is that it is interesting to understand a little bit more about choices of entrants. In particular, we are going to look at external finance, their dependence on an external finance, and in particular on the mix of equity and the debt, with pros and cons for both of the two possible financial ways. Equity gives a lot of incentives, but at the same time, it is quite easy to have a financing decision with equity, but at the same time there is control rights, there is more control on the governance of the company. Also that has some advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you can get some screening and monitoring of the firms, while disadvantage is of course distress and the risk of bankruptcy. So what we expect is that the choice of the mix, debt and equity, can affect the growth of companies. So what we are going to look at is the role of this initial entrant decision about the mix of debt and equity on their long-run growth. And moreover, but I'm not going to cover because there's not time, we also look at the public policy. So how public policy can somehow have any kind of effect on the choice of the mix. In particular, we're going to look at the corporate income taxation that affect the debt decision, in particular the favors debt over equity, because, debt is tax deductible. So our contribution, we provide, let's say, descriptive evidence on the capital structure of young firms in Europe, which is something quite new, as most of the studies are about US-listed mature companies. And then we are going to estimate a very simple augmented growth equation, where we look at how leverage entry, so the decision about the debt mix, can affect the long-term growth of young firms, conditional on company survival. So we contribute to literature, mainly corporate finance literature, the importance of initial condition for the corporate outcomes. So we look, there is a bunch of literature that considers how the initial decisions of entrants can affect the size, the management quality, R&D, and so on, but you also look at the role of institutional quality. Since we have data on many European countries, we are able to make some, let's say, comparisons across different countries in terms of different institutional quality and, let's say, more or less financial friendly institutional framework for the financing of young firms. So what we are going to confront is two alternatives views. So this is our main hypothesis. Okay, the research question is whether which one of these two effects prevails and when. So there are two alternative views to the debt of startups. There is a positive effect and the negative effect. The positive effect, we call it the lender effect, the second one. And it stands on the fact that if a very young firm, as a startup, as a new entrant, has a lot of debt, has a higher leverage, probably it's because it is a very good quality firm, because probably it went through monitoring, through a process of screening that actually believe that firm has some high quality. And then, in this case, leverage can actually bring a positive effect, can have a positive effect on growth. But there is also the second, the negative role of debt, which we call the debt risk effect. A higher leverage brings about a higher risk of bankruptcy, of course, so debt overhang and distress. So we are going to test empirically, so we do not have a theoretical model here, but we are going to test empirically these two hypotheses, these two views. So the results, preview of the results, leverage at entry is high. So firms, we find that firms, European firms, very young European firms are very high level of debt. And this leverage is quite consistent over time. We follow firms over 9 years after their entry, and we find that leverage is still high. So firms that have a high level of leverage at entry go on having a still high level of leverage after 9 years from incorporation. We also find that leverage at entry has an effect on growth, on long-term growth. And we find that there is an inverted U relationship, which means that for very low level of leverage, leverage is a positive effect, so the positive effect prevails, let's say. The lender effect prevails, so that firms grow with higher leverage, but up to a point. After that point, there is a prevalence of the negative effect, the debt risk effect, so that growth decreases as leverage is above a certain threshold. And the size of these effects is appreciable. So the data are European data on firms, firm-level data that Alessandro started work with as a very young researcher. So these data come from Amadeus, the classical database by Bureau van Dijk, which collects all balance sheet data from all European countries. We use 38 industries, manufacturing services, 20% is manufacturing and 80% is services firm. So our observational unit is a firm. That incorporated between 1998 and 2001. So we look at firms that incorporated, that are born in these 4 years time span. We look at 15 European countries, and we keep, we have to keep only firms with information, of course, so that we start with about 1 million, more than 1 million data, 1 million firms, but at the end, after all our sample restrictions, we are left with around 2,000 firms. So this is our sample of new entrants, more or less evenly distributed across the 4 years of entry, of incorporation date. How do we measure firm growth? We decided to use as a measure of firm growth assets, total assets. We actually experimented with also other measures, but at the end of the story, we decided this is the most reliable, and we consider assets, total assets at time t+9, which means 9 years after the incorporation, so 9 years after entry. And we find that it is closely affected, total assets are closely affected by financial constraints. They are more reliable than employment and then sales as a measure of size, as a measure of growth, especially for young firms. This is our measure of leverage. Again, we experimented with many different types of leverage and different definition of leverage. This is our preferred definition, financial leverage, as the ratio between non-current liabilities plus loans over the total liabilities, let's say, non-current liabilities, loans, and total shareholders' funds. So this is our main regressors, okay, our explanatory variables, which is measured at the time of entry. So we want to explain growth after 9 years from entry as a function of this initial condition, as a function of this initial level, initial decision about that level. And then we include a set of controls, all measured at the time of entry. So the idea is to have a model where growth after 9 years is explained by initial condition, initial decisions. So size at entry, profitability and tangibility at entry, these are all the other controls that we are going to include in our regression. So descriptive evidence, this is quite important because we know a little bit, we do not know much about young firms, especially European young firms. So we find substantial mass at zero leverage, so a large amount of firms do not have any kind of debt. The first quartile is zero. Then we find the strong persistence, so we follow the leverage of these firms over 9 years, and we find, and we find that it is, here we have firms in the first quartile of financial leverage at entry. So here we have firms that at entry are at the median level of leverage, and here the group of firms that are at the third quartile of leverage at entry, and we find this quite strong persistence and a mild convergence from above to the bottom. So, and this is new evidence because we know, as I said, much more about mature firms, especially listed firms, where this does not happen. There is not that large persistence. Here's some descriptive statistics. So on average, this is the level of financial leverage ratio. It's around 40%. This is the average, while the median is around 37%. And the average size at entry is around, 1 million euros, but the median, you can see it's much lower, is around 383,000 euros. So they are small firms. As we expected, these are small firms. The empirical strategy. This is our main equation. We have the size measured as total assets in logarithm at t+9, so after 9 years from entry, as a function of financial leverage. And we are going to introduce initial financial leverage, both linearly and quadratic form. And we are going to test whether this kind of relationship, non-linear relationship, is supported by the data. We also include into the X matrices our set of controls at firm level, and then we have this triple interaction of fixed effects for country, industry, and incorporation year. Two potential problems, of course, in the estimation of, and of course we are mainly interested in alpha and beta. So whether financial leverage has any effect on long-term growth of new firms. Two potential problems. First of all, selection, and especially survival, the survivorship bias, and then homogeneity. So, for sample selection, we tried to use the classical Ekman selection model. So the idea is to simultaneously estimate our growth equation together with this selection equation, where we introduce as an exclusion for the validity of our exclusion restriction this variable which we call the AIR, which stands for accounting inactive ratio. So what is the idea? The idea is that most of the firms actually are still active after 9 years, but they simply do not report, or there is a delay in the reporting of accounting data. So what we observe is that actually 89% of firms are still alive, still active in our sample after 9 years, but only 65% of them have data, have accounting data. So the idea is that this selection mainly occurs because of this delay in accounting reporting, which clearly affect the selection, whether we observe or not size at time t+9, but does not affect size per se. So this is our assumption, and which is quite supported by the data. And this is our variable, which is simply a country year count of the firms that do not have data at country level, at country and year level, the number of firms that do not have data after 9 years over the total number of firms that are active, still active after 9 years. And okay, this is for the sample selection story and the survivorship bias. More tricky is the problem with endogeneity, as usual. Okay, we experimented, of course, with many different possible solutions. We didn't find convincing instrumental variables. So what happens in this literature, the literature that look at initial conditions and the effect of initial condition on what happens after in the life of firms, is simply to overlook the problem. So they say that what we have here is an error measured at time t+9, so there is no role for what happens at t+1 on t+9. So the idea is that since the error terms is observed in a very afterwards period, there is no relationship with what happened at the very initial situation of the firm. Okay, this is not very convincing. So we tried to somehow go a little bit beyond this simple solution, because still there could be something which is time invariant, like, for example, the quality of the firm that is still there into our error term and can be somehow endogenously related to our financial leverage, initial financial leverage measure. So what we have done is to use fixed effects and controls. So first of all, as I said, this is a triple interaction of fixed effects at country, industry, and year level, so to absorb any kind of industry, country-specific, and cohort-specific shock that could happen. And this could be a good solution. And the second is also to include a set of controls that try to proxy for the time invariant part of the error term, which is the quality of the firm. So we included, in particular, profitability and tangibility observed at entry as our proxy of quality that ideally, once introduced in our regression, could somehow make our error term does not depend anymore on initial leverage. And so the results. Okay, here is our main equation. The second column is an OLS regression where we have all the triple interactions and also these two measures of quality, let's say, tangibility and profitability. And the last column is our complete regression where we also have a selection control, which is our Ekman regression. So what we find, so let's start with initial condition for size. Size is always positive, initial size is always positive but smaller than 1. So this means that what we find is that initial size clearly positively affects growth after 9 years, but since it is less than 1, it means that actually smaller firms grow more quickly, let's say, than larger firms. And as with profitability and tangibility, we have the expected positive sign, which means that they could represent some form, in some sense, as a proxy for quality, which positively affect growth after 9 years. And finally, financial leverage. Financial leverage, okay, the quadratic form is supported by the data, which means that actually our relationship is an inverted U-shaped relationship, which means that we have a turning point, and here we computed the turning point. So here in the last row. So the top of the hill occurs around between 29 and 36%, which means that up to 30% more or less of financial leverage, we have this lender positive effect. More leverage brings you more growth, but after 29, 36% of leverage, there is a prevailing negative and debt risk effect, which means that more leverage brings lower growth. Yes, and here we computed that for a 10 percentage point increase in entry leverage, computed at the average level of leverage, we have a decrease in growth in total assets at time t plus 9 around 2%, okay? Which is sizable, given that on average, firms over this period grow around 14%. Okay, and so as usual, a lot of robustness. We tried with different measures of growth, with total assets instead of measured at time t plus 9, measured at time t plus 5 or t plus 8, with alternative leverage definition, with differential cohorts effects. In some sense, we interacted our measure of financial leverage with cohort, with year of incorporation, dummy variables, and we find no differences, which means that actually this effect is identical for any year of incorporation of the firms. And we also introduced an alternative way to measure leverage, which is this credit access, which is found in the corporate finance literature, but okay, results are still there. There is this kind of inverted U relationship between growth and leverage. Then we extend and somehow exploiting our data, which are across 15 European countries, we interact our financial leverage measure with some information about the institutional quality and the institutional differences among these countries. In particular, we build two measure creditor rights and transparency that come from the financial literature, financial economics literature. And the idea is to separate the countries into two groups. We experimented with two groups. Those countries that have a high creditor rights protection and the countries that have a high transparency in the financial markets is compared to countries with low creditor rights protection and low transparency. And okay, this is the set of the results with all the interactions between financial leverage. So in the first two columns, we interact financial leverage with size, then with these strong creditor rights dummy variables, and then also size with strong creditor rights. And in the third and the fourth columns, we have something similar where instead of strong creditor rights, we use these high transparency dummy variables, 1, 0, whether the country is high or low transparency in terms of financial markets. So, okay, it's quite complicated to interpret, so we tried to give a representation of the prediction of this regression. These are, okay, on the y-axis here we have the predicted size, so the predicted growth, let's say, as a function of initial financial leverage. And here where we only interact financial leverage with the initial size. So the idea is that this inverted U relationship can be different according to whether you are a small startup, a medium startup, or a large startup, or you enter with a small, medium, in the median, or a third quartile level of initial size. And okay, the inverted U relationship is still there, but it is a little bit steeper, let's say, for the largest firms. 5 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. Yes. And something similar happens when we have all the interactions. So that we interact the financial leverage measure with both the institutional quality, let's say, and the size. So what we find is that in high creditor rights country, and something similar happens for high transparency countries, we have steeper U relationship, which means that if you start before, okay, if you have a lower level of initial financial leverage, you can, and you are in a country of high quality, you can have an advantage in some sense, because you can more quickly grow than if you are at the same level of leverage but in a low quality country. Of course, the problem is that something similar happens once you have overcome the top of the hill, because something similar happens after you have the turning point. After the turning point, because if you are in a high quality country, the decrease in growth is much quicker than in a low quality country. So, okay, this part is about the public policy. I have no time, but the idea is also to check how the public policy can intervene, can somehow contribute to the leverage level of firms, whether the public policy can have any possibility to somehow guide the level of leverage of entrance. And okay, we found that the corporate income tax can be one of these tools, policy tools, but okay, I'm going to go to the conclusion. So benefits and constraint from the decision of company to use debt instead of equity as a financing for their financing. The possible role of debt for new companies' growth becomes weaker as leverage increases. So we have this sort of turning point. Up to a point, leverage can be beneficial to long-term growth, but after that point, we have that the debt risk effect, the negative effect prevails. And the point is that this switch, this turning point, occurs at a level of leverage at entry which is relatively low, between 29 and 35%, which is lower than the median and the average level of leverage in our sample. But systemic condition can have a role in this relationship, as this relationship can be steeper for economies with investor-friendly environment, so that country with intermediate leverage can benefit more in a context where the environment is investor-friendly when compared to companies in low-quality institutional or financial, let's say, context. Okay. This is everything I have to say, and this is to thank Alessandro for all that you've done for me and for us all.
Time for questions. Yes?
I like very much the paper, and I've got a question and a suggestion.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is no clean way to fully account for an observed heterogeneity, because you cannot put in a firm fixed effect, because it would absorb your variable interest.
Exactly.
However, give up the possibility of doing that, the differential effect instead can be estimated even if you introduce the firm specific effect. So allow the slope coefficient to be different in an equation that also includes fixed effect.
By differential effect, you mean?
Between, let's say, small firms and large firms, And then let me suggest another partition of the data between firms with a high need of external finance, for instance, using
by industry? No.
Yes, by industry would be too rich, but define the need for external finance using the Kaplan and Zingare's definition of need for external finance, and so have a dichotomous variable, which is less rich, but I think more doable. You could also do a similar cut on the basis of development of the financial sector. All these differential effects can be estimated by including a firm-specific effect. So complement what you have done, because I assume you have not put in the firm-specific effect on the differential with results with firm-specific mix effect, because then that will give you a pass more and more easily on the fact that you have control for heterogeneity, because you have put in the firm-specific effect.
Thank you. Yeah. We tried with the Kaplan-Zingales. Okay, but yeah, thank you. Very good advice. Thank you.
More questions? Then we thank the speaker.
So we've come to the end, and passo all'italiano, se non vi dispiace. Non c'è bisogno di aggiungere nulla a questa meravigliosa figura che è emersa da oggi, una figura umana oltre che un ricercatore, un pedagogo di grande statura e un servitore delle istituzioni per le quali lavorava. Quindi io non so, non mi resta altro che ringraziare innanzitutto gli speaker che hanno aderito con grande generosità a questa giornata, a tutto il pubblico presente e online, alla società degli econometrici italiana che è arrivata in massa e qualitativamente con degli interventi eccezionali, ovviamente a chi ha reso possibile questa giornata, cioè il Dipartimento e il Collegio, e non posso dimenticare ovviamente lo staff e in particolare Silvia, Federico e Alberto. Vi ringrazio veramente tanto di cuore e Marina, io non potevamo sperare in un successo maggiore. Grazie.